Tomorrow, coalition forces roll through Baghdad. Elsewhere, troops discover suspicious chemicals. First-hand details. American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN Tomorrow.
It's a whole new world. And Comcast brings you more ways to see it. With cable-powered high-speed internet. Digital cable. And now, when you're ready for the sight and sound experience of high-definition entertainment, we're ready for you. High-definition television. It's a whole new way to see your world. Watch what happens next.
The real issue with termite protection on your home is not the product you choose, but the company you choose. We think you should choose Massey Services. Choose Massey because our people are the best trained and equipped. Choose Massey because we offer a choice of products, Centricon or Termador. Choose Massey because we offer one of the best guarantees in the industry. When it comes to termite protection, choose wisely. Trust Massey Services. It's the right choice.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I want to recap the latest developments for you now in Iraq. Parts of central Baghdad are a combat zone at the moment as U.S. forces occupy parts of the capital for a second day. 2 U.S. tanks were seen on a bridge in the heart of Baghdad, at least one fired on a building. Several rounds we saw being fired from that tank. Flames said to be coming, meanwhile, from a nearby building used by Iraq's Prime Minister. Witnesses on the ground report that U.S. forces targeted the building, said to be the Ministry of Planning, with heavy machine gun fire, also at least one tank shell. U.S. fighter jets also continue to crisscross the skies above Baghdad. The Arab news channel Al Jazeera reports that one of its journalists has died of wounds suffered in what it called a U.S. airstrike. Now, another journalist was wounded. Al Jazeera says a U.S. airstrike hit a building housing several Arab news media. The Qatar-based network describes the offices as located in a residential neighborhood. Abu Dhabi television also reports a strike near its offices, but says all its staff members are safe. Earlier, coalition warplanes struck what Central Command describes as an Iraqi leadership target. U.S. officials say the building was hit with 4 2,000-pound bombs when intelligence indicated President Saddam Hussein and other top Iraqi officials might be meeting there. There is no independent confirmation that any such meeting was in fact taking place, but sources in the Iraqi capital say at least 9 people were killed in that raid. 13 others were wounded. Obviously extremely difficult to tell what the death toll from such a huge blast might be. Reem Brahimi has been following these events from Amman, Jordan. I understand, Reem, you've been on the phone with some of your contacts. Tell us what you know, I think, particularly about Baghdad television. We've been having reports that it's off the air. What have you been able to learn?
Absolutely, Michael. I can confirm that Iraqi TV has been off the air since 10:30 Baghdad time. That means about an hour ago. Before that, there were no news programs. There were just patriotic songs, the kind that we've been seeing on Iraqi TV for, I would say, years, actually. But especially since the beginning of the bombing, there have been a lot of these patriotic songs praising President Saddam Hussein. This morning there was no news at all, no news broadcast, and then just about an hour ago the signal just died and Iraqi TV is now completely off the air. I've also heard, Michael, that there are now helicopters that are hovering in the southern part of, over the southern parts of Baghdad. 2 Apache helicopters, I'm told, have been shooting at certain sites or targets maybe, but not clear what those targets would be. The bombing started very early not very early, rather in the night at 4:30 a.m. And it went on all night. A lot of air bombing, I'm told, artillery shots, everything really. And then there was also a lot of shooting around the compound that was taken by the U.S. troops yesterday, the presidential compound. Apparently there were explosions behind it in the morning, a lot of intensive bombing and intensive clashes. The fighting moved from there apparently toward the building of the Ministry of Planning that you were showing us earlier on, with fighting back and forth for a while. But then it left the ministry and moved on to another area. Now there are also currently two U.S. tanks on the Jumhuriya bridge. That's the fighting exactly we were seeing earlier on, that moved from the presidential compound to the Ministry of Planning. Currently, now there are two tanks that are on the Jumhuriya bridge and trying to move from the side of the river where the palace is and where that building that we're looking at is, trying to move from that side of the river to the other side. They were fired at. It seems they've been firing back. It seems the building behind that is the Hotel Mansour. That area is the general area where the Ministry of Information is as well. And not far from there, in fact, are the televisions of Al Jazeera, the buildings, rather, of Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi. They would be on that side of the river, along the Tigris River, not far at all from where you saw that big explosion, in probably a dangerous part of town, I would say, in terms of where it was located with regard to the other government buildings. Apparently, I understand that on the other side of the building, the one we're looking at now, where you see this telecommunications building that's been hit, people are moving. Where the U.S. troops have been moving around is really very, very quiet and not a lot of people moving around there. Michael?
Yeah, Rim, one other incident I was going to run by you, a colleague of many people in the region dying, an Al Jazeera cameraman, in what appears to have been a missile blast at the Al Jazeera headquarters in Baghdad. What do you know of that?
Yes, he was hit. He was killed after being severely injured in what seemed to be a hit taken. Was it a missile? It's not very clear. By the building that hosts Al Jazeera. That building is actually like a house, and this the cameraman Tariq Ayoub was probably sadly at the wrong place at that moment. He had only just arrived in Baghdad barely 4 days earlier. He hadn't been in town much for very long. So of course it's always a very sad occurrence when a colleague dies, and a lot of us have worked very closely with Al Jazeera journalists. As I was saying earlier on, in times of war or war coverage, usually competition does gradually give way to solidarity. And he was extremely helpful. I can say definitely in any way he could be in many things to other colleagues, even if they weren't necessarily working in the same company. That building where Al Jazeera works is actually a house, and you can see it's located on the banks of the river Tigris. Not far from it, I think it's probably even a neighboring house, is the Abu Dhabi TV house. And before the war, I remember that both TV organizations had taken the precaution of painting huge sheets with Abu Dhabi TV or Al Jazeera TV in order to be seen from a distance and precisely to try and avoid being hit. But they are the two only news organizations who are able and allowed to operate outside of the Ministry of Information and now outside of the Hotel Palestine, where all the other journalists are more or less restricted to staying. And that's from the Hotel Palestine. That's the view you have. The view from Abu Dhabi and Al Jazeera are quite different. But obviously the journalists that stay in the Hotel Palestine don't have as much freedom of movement maybe as the Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi crews to move around. Michael?
All right, Rim, it's Tariq Ayoub, described by his employers Al Jazeera as a dear and loyal colleague. Now, the chief editor has been quoted from the station's headquarters in Doha as saying that witnesses saw an aircraft fly twice over the area before bombs were dropped. He was quoted as saying, "Our office is in a residential area, even the Pentagon knows that." Now, he did not say that he believed the attack was intentional, stopping short of that, although earlier another Al Jazeera employee did say that he believed that Al Jazeera had been targeted. The US already strenuously denying that Al Jazeera was in any way a target of any air attack by coalition aircraft. But nonetheless, certainly a tragedy for many in our profession, in a time of tragedy for many people, of course, in the region. Well, efforts to gain control of Iraq's second largest city have given coalition troops a taste of what they may face elsewhere in the country. Richard Gaisford was with British forces in Basra on Monday.
Lawlessness on the city streets. Looters target the religious college and other buildings in the centre. With barricades of barbed wire and armed soldiers facing locals, it's not quite how one might imagine a liberated Basra to look. And the Desert Rats hope this difficult transition stage is short-lived.
It's difficult to work out the difference between the upstanding Iraqi who's pleased to see us and pleased to see the back end of the regime and those people who are just taking advantage of a situation and out for themselves and are looting. This place has been absolutely devastated today and the sad thing is there's nothing we can do about it. We don't have enough troops on the ground to deal with the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands, who've come in here to loot, and they've been taking absolutely everything.
Soon people living here will get more than just sweets from soldiers. Aid and hope for a better future should arrive for all. The message from British forces is simple. We're here to stay this time and won't let you down. Getting basic supplies to the people of Basra can be achieved fairly quickly, but bringing law and order to the city, well, that might take just a little bit longer. Richard Gaisford in Basra.
British troops also moving north to secure towns and the road towards the Iraqi capital. Geraint Vincent is travelling with those troops. Here's his report.
Saddam, your days are numbered, is their chant. These people live along the roadway, some 20 miles north of Basra. Their joy at the arrival of British troops seemed unabated. Soldiers from the Royal Irish Regiment drove up here to secure the surrender of an entire division of the Iraqi army. Their barracks were deserted. All they found were a collection of looters and cheering crowds.
Look as if the 6th Army have up and fled. They've gone north, they've gone back to wherever they come from. The conscripts, it would look as if they have deserted and there is nothing here but empty barracks.
Late last night, people in the towns and villages surrounding Basra invited an advancing battalion of British paratroopers into their communities. They were asking for protection from retreating elements of the Ba'athist regime. Then, into an apparently peaceful scene, a reminder was brought of war's cruelty. 2 6-year-old boys treated for shrapnel wounds. In the town of Adaya, the looting was well underway. How poor is a society when the biggest prizes are bits of old timber and rusty sheets of corrugated iron? Coalition commanders have described this war as one of liberation, and in this part of Iraq at least, that's exactly what it seems to be. Those who enforced the rule of Saddam Hussein are no longer in power, and there is now the heady, chaotic atmosphere of newfound freedom, where the symbols of the regime are defaced, if not destroyed. The iron grip in which Saddam held this society has been prized open. The next challenge is finding a fair government for the people that survive him. Geraint Vincent, Southern Iraq.
Now let's turn our attention to the political leaders of the coalition. And the US President George Bush is in Northern Ireland for 2 days of talks with his main war ally, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Our White House correspondent John King is travelling with the US President and sent this report.
U.S. officials say the Belfast summit will endorse a broad advisory role for the United Nations in post-war Iraq. As Mr. Bush arrived for the talks, senior aides said talk of a major transatlantic rift on the issue is exaggerated. Prime Minister Blair's government once again made clear it wants major UN involvement.
It's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan.
But Mr. Bush is adamant that the United Nations not have the lead political role in Iraq, as it did after the fighting ended in Afghanistan, East Timor, and Kosovo. Secretary of State Powell negotiated with UN Secretary General Kofi Annan throughout the weekend. And Annan sounded as if he now accepts the White House view.
Iraq is not East Timor, and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel. There is a reasonably effective civil service. There are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country.
The administration will quickly establish a U.S.-led civil administration in Iraq and says it will then gradually transfer power to a new interim Iraqi authority,
which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
U.S. officials say the draft Belfast communique envisions a lead UN role in humanitarian efforts and calls on the Security Council to endorse the new interim Iraqi authority. A U.S. team will head to Iraq this week to prepare to get that new interim authority up and running. And Secretary Powell says the focus on post-war Iraq in the summit talks here is critical because, in his words, the hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion. John King, CNN, Belfast.
Well, as we've been reporting for about an hour now, we television broadcasters lost a colleague in the Baghdad airstrikes Tuesday. Al Jazeera cameraman Tariq Ayoub was one of 2 employees in that network who were injured in the bombing. He has now died. Our Sheila McVicker was a professional associate, a personal acquaintance also of Tariq. She joins us now from Amman with some perspective. Sheila, I think the question that needs to be asked is, we've been watching Al Jazeera since this happened. We're seeing a lot of agitated anchors and the like. Might something like this affect Arab coverage of this war?
Well, first, let me just say that Tariq was a dear friend and a great colleague, a professional who was so proud to work for Al Jazeera. He was, and I find it very hard to talk about him in the past tense. He was a man of tremendous energy and brain power and just a great professional colleague, and I enjoyed every minute that I worked with him. You asked the question, how will this affect their coverage? Our colleagues at Al Jazeera, I'm sure, are in deep shock and mourning, but they are professionals and they will go on covering this war as best they possibly can. Yes, they've lost one of their own. We've all lost colleagues all through this war. This is just a reminder of the price that people in our business are paying, the price that Iraqi civilians are paying who are caught up in this. And I'm sure that one of the questions that Al Jazeera will want to know the answer to is, why was that house on the river, which was so clearly marked and which was so clearly known to CENTCOM, why was that house hit today? You remember, of course, Michael, that Al Jazeera's offices in Afghanistan were also hit during the Afghan war. And when I was visiting with Al Jazeera officials just a few months ago, they told me that they could not believe that their offices there were deliberately targeted. The Pentagon again saying that there was no deliberate targeting of the Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi TV offices there on the riverbank. But obviously there were a lot of questions. It was a place that was known, it was a place that was well marked, and a place where clearly Al Jazeera's staff thought that they could work safely from. Michael?
A denial, a strong denial of any targeting intent coming from the United States already. Is that something that our colleagues at Al Jazeera are likely to accept at face value?
Well, as I said, you know, they had the previous experience of having their offices bombed in Afghanistan, and they told me when I saw them in October, just a few months ago, they told me that they believed that there had been no intent and that they could not believe that their offices had been deliberately targeted. We shall see what they have to say about this. Obviously, we've heard what the Pentagon has to say. The Pentagon saying very clearly that there was no deliberate targeting here, but there obviously will be some questions about what precisely that pilot saw and what precisely the target was that the pilot was going for when that Al Jazeera house on the river was hit. Again, you know, the costs that people in our profession are paying for those of us who are outside and who have many friends and colleagues who are inside, whether they are in Baghdad or with the coalition forces. This is just Again, one more reminder of what a deadly conflict this is for people who are simply trying to do their jobs or even just trying to live their lives, as in the case of Iraqi civilians. Michael?
All right. Thanks, Sheila. Sheila McVicker there in Damascus. And yes, indeed, many of us have lost colleagues in this conflict. But again, as always, when we talk about our embedded reporters and the need to look at the big picture, to get some perspective, we need to do that at this time too. And Tariq was a colleague of ours, but this is a war in which many dozens of coalition troops have died. Many hundreds of Iraqi civilians have died, and by all accounts many thousands of Iraqi troops have died also. There is much death in this war, as there is in any war. We'll be right back.
You need to have an organization like that in order to arbitrate, in order to try to consider the interests of all parties. But in terms of really powerful, it's not a very powerful organization, judging from this particular incident.
I suppose the US seem to think that they're the world power and the world rulers and do what they wish, and it's going to be the future of the UN, of course, is now jeopardized.
I think probably a better political union between the U.S. and the United Nations. I feel that having more countries involved, I think that would definitely, give America a better perspective on how things work in other countries.
Views don't necessarily reflect those of CNN, but are opinions expressed by those who choose to participate in this open forum.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
The race to Baghdad is on.
Convoys, though, did not stop. That is not their purpose here.
This now becomes a high-risk and difficult military operation.
All of this is happening in real time.
Alessio Vinci takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Iraqis at that checkpoint faked a surrender.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
You ready to ride with me? See what I see? Hear what I hear?
They're getting all bunched up. Clear, clear. Let's rock and roll.
NASCAR in-car gets you in the car from flag to flag with 7 NASCAR Winston Cup Series drivers. And it's only on digital cable.
Just one thing, no backseat driving.
Order the NASCAR in-car package today. Call 1-888-SPORTS-IN now. Get it on Comcast Digital Cable.
Hey, remember me? I'm the geek from Geeks on Call. Usually our commercials are pretty light, but just for a moment, let's get serious so there's no confusion. Geeks on Call comes to you at your home or office to help you with upgrades, networking, training, and maintenance. Only the best of the best certified technicians make our team of professionals. And isn't that who you really want working on your computer? So the next time you need a geek, call us. We're everywhere. 1-800-905-GEEK. We're Geeks on Call.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. The latest developments now in the war in Iraq, and the very latest development is that new US tests, this is according to reports from Reuters, have shown that those substances that have been mentioned in our reports and others that were found at a site in central Iraq are not chemical weapons agents as first suspected. We have been reporting this story with great caution, and it would seem well justified caution. The latest tests, according to one source, have turned out negative. Now, on Monday, initial tests did find a suspicious suspicious indication that perhaps there was a presence of something like sarin and tabun, which are nerve agents, and also a blister agent. Now, military sources, according to Reuters, say they do not yet know what the substances are. However, they may turn out to be simple pesticides, certainly not chemical weapons agents as was first suspected, even though there has been great caution from the Pentagon right down the chain as to what they were. Okay, now keeping up to date on other developments, US tanks took up positions on a central Baghdad bridge in recent hours. We watched as they fired machine guns and their main guns, smaller arms, at unknown targets on the east side of the Tigris River. A nearby high-rise used by Iraq's Prime Minister was also hit by heavy caliber machine gun fire and also at least one, perhaps two tank rounds as well. Coalition forces earlier targeted a Baghdad residential area where it is believed Saddam Hussein, his sons and perhaps other senior leaders might have been meeting. US officials say they were acting on what they called fresh human intelligence. The fate of the Iraqi leader not known. Officials do say, and you can clearly see from the pictures, that the building was destroyed, as were several others around it. And according to the Arabic language network Al Jazeera, one of its reporters, it says, was earlier wounded in a US airstrike, has died. Tariq Ayoub also freelanced for CNN. Another Al Jazeera journalist was wounded in the incident as well.
Now let's take a look at some of the civilian casualties in the war. In Baghdad hospitals, international aid workers say they're overwhelmed by the numbers of patients seeking help and are running short of medicine. Iraqi officials say more than 1,200 civilians have been killed in the war and more than 5,000 wounded. There's no independent confirmation of those numbers. The United Nations Children Fund is joining the calls for the protection of civilians.
When the bombardment started, my mother got scared and wanted to protect us. We hear the shelling, but when you're sitting and you're screaming, "Oh God!" and you get shelling on top of you, that is serious.
Now, as coalition forces have moved through Iraq, in many cases they've received a warm welcome. For example, in the Iraqi town of Khalat Sakur, the day brought one US unit member full circle in an odyssey that began more than 12 years ago. CNN's Bob Franken was with the troops as they moved in.
It was a remarkable moment. The U.S. translator who had fled his hometown here for the United States was seeing his family for the first time since 1990.
I'm a survivor, because 13 years ago I didn't see my 3 sons and my sisters and my brothers, and this is the first time I meet them in 13 years ago. And they was crying and kissing me and hugging me. Also, I was hugging them and asking them about it.
The Marines here are still concerned some Iraqi fighters remain. Keep away from the area, scream the loudspeakers in Arabic. It is for your security. The coalition forces will not hesitate to shoot you. But hundreds ignored that, surging forward to greet the Marines with an emotional celebration in this predominantly Shia Muslim town.
I am very thankful for USA for this, the freedom. I like the freedom.
Did you like Saddam Hussein?
I don't like him.
All Iraqi people don't like.
We have permission to identify the town, Khalat Sakur. The Marines swarmed in to eliminate as many signs of the regime as possible, literally, to destroy or deface as many pictures of Saddam Hussein as possible. Here, U.S. forces battered their way into what had been described to them as a Ba'ath Party secret police station. Inside, they found weapons, and what they believed to be was a room used for brutal interrogation.
That's fairly suspicious. It looks to be something that you wouldn't hang a chandelier from, especially in a room like this. I would say greater than 50-50 chance some type of torturing was done in this room here.
This operation is designed to be a combination of brute force and the hand of friendship, described in the briefings as controlled aggression.
I think you need to present a hard appearance. The largest threat we've had in this area right now is paramilitary operations, the shoot and run type of guys. You show them that you come into town, that you are professional, that you are facing a platoon plus of Marines, fully armed and fully ready to meet whatever comes up, and you tend to have them go the other direction.
No problem here. Here, there was a celebration. The crowd at one point surging toward the Marine trucks, chanting, "The suffering is over. America always." At least for now. Bob Franken, CNN, Kalat Sukra, Iraq.
And that's our report for this hour. Another 60 minutes of coverage is just ahead. Around the world, around the clock. You're watching CNN.
CNN tomorrow as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad, the latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live, CNN tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
When you think about the most important moments in your life, what were you wearing? Every man should own at least one suit. We invite you to buy yours from us.
100% wool suits, starting at $200.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Men's Warehouse. To contact the store nearest you, call 1-800-776-SUIT.
Imagine owning an official vehicle from the Players' Championship. Buick, official car. The PGA Tour provided the courtesy cars, driven by the pros. They're available now with exceptional factory-to-dealer discounts. Plus, 0 for 60, 0 APR for 60 months, or $3,000 cash back on these courtesy cars and every new 2003 Buick. Drive away Gulf's ultimate souvenir. Hurry to your First Coast Buick dealer now.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
U.S. tanks fire on a building in central Baghdad as Iraqi fighters try to keep coalition forces from taking a bridge over the Tigris River. And welcome to you. This is our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City. Hala Gorani will be along shortly from London, though we want to bring you up to date first with the latest developments. For several hours now, we have been watching battles in various parts of Baghdad. During the fighting, a number of buildings have been struck. Not only Iraqi government offices, and there's one there, but at least one housing the media outlet Al Jazeera. An injured Al Jazeera reporter who was carried outside, as you can see there, later died. Al Jazeera reports they believe the network was deliberately targeted in a coalition air raid. The US denies that. And we have seen coalition warplanes in the skies over Baghdad the last several hours. That is an A-10 Warthog. They called a tank buster. US tanks on the ground too, at least one seen firing at a building across the Tigris River, not far from there. Fighting reported at a presidential palace that US Marines had already entered on Monday. It is the second day US forces have occupied sections of Iraq's capital. In southeast Baghdad, CNN correspondent Martin Savage reports US Marines found themselves involved in a battle with Iraqi fighters at an industrial complex. Marines entered the southeastern edge of Baghdad Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, coalition commanders are investigating the results of a heavy bombing attack on what they call a Baghdad leadership target on Monday. The building in a residential neighborhood is where they believe President Saddam Hussein and senior officials may have been meeting at the time of the bombing. No official word on casualties. However, sources tell CNN the blast may have killed at least 9 people, wounded 13. New tests have been conducted to determine whether metal drums found at an agricultural complex in central Iraq may have contained substances that could be used in chemical weapons. Reuters news service reports those new tests have proved negative for chemical weapons substances. Preliminary tests done earlier had indicated the presence of nerve and blister agents. Okay, now we want to talk more about what has been happening in Baghdad. And on the eastern side of the Tigris River is a hotel whose name you may be familiar with. It is called the Palestine Hotel. It is there that many members of the international media are based. And as you can see there from that picture, there have been reports coming in the last couple of minutes of perhaps an explosion at that hotel. The exact cause we're not 100% sure of. There was an early report that it was a missile. We do not know for sure. All we do know is there was an explosion at the Palestine Hotel. There is a camera position familiar to many of you perhaps, that we have used many times, an Al Jazeera camera, I believe, that is on top of the Palestine Hotel. All right, let's continue on with the unfolding situation in Baghdad as we try to get more details about that explosion at the Palestine Hotel. Let's go to Reem Brahimi. She's very familiar with the hotel, having spent months in Baghdad before being expelled recently by the Iraqi government. Monitoring events for us from Amman, Jordan. I don't know if it's too soon, Reem, to ask you about what may have happened at the Palestine Hotel, but you tell us what you have been able to discover from your phone calls to Baghdad.
Well, it is a little too soon for that, Michael. I can bring you up to date on that particular incident a little later, but I did, speaking to people in Baghdad earlier on who were in that area, I did hear heavy bombing even over the phone. It sounded very loud indeed. Hopefully I'll be able to bring you up to date on that a little later. What I do know for the moment is that there are now some helicopters hovering over Baghdad in the southern part of the capital. 2 Apaches apparently have been seen also firing at certain targets. We don't know what sites for the moment, but that again we'll be able to bring to you later. Bombing overnight was very heavy, very intensive bombing from 4:30 a.m. Throughout the night, and not just air raids but also a lot of shots of artillery. And then toward the morning I was told that there was a huge bombing behind the presidential compound that was taken over yesterday by US troops in their incursion. Now there was intensive clashes around that area, and then the fighting seemed to move northward, so along the river to the building that's known as the Ministry of Planning. Now that building was bombed quite heavily in the first days of the war, and there was a huge fire in it. But the fighting clearly on this occasion moved toward what was left of that building there, and then it moved again somewhere else. Now at that point also 2 tanks, 2 US tanks started moving across the Jumhuriya Bridge, moving from the west side of the river where the presidential compound, where the planning ministry and a lot of government offices are, started moving from that side of the river toward the other side, the eastern side of the river Tigris, the eastern side being where the Palestine Hotel is located. Now those 2 tanks have been moving very cautiously, progressing extremely slowly. At one point it seemed, from what my sources tell me, they were being fired at and then apparently hit back. That's the explosion that one could see at one point on the other side near what appears to be the Mansour Hotel. Again, all that area next to the Ministry of Information. I also understand that the Rashid Hotel has been the scene of more fighting. It's been more or less closed off by the Iraqi authorities, but there has been some fighting between Rashid Hotel people still inside there and US troops that are outside that compound. Michael?
Reem, when you talk to your sources there, and I know many of them, they are civilians in some of these areas, what are they telling you about the mood inside Baghdad as this push, as it is, continues?
You know, it's very difficult to tell because now, of course, fewer and fewer people are going out. But from what I hear, of course, a lot of tension and a lot of concern. People are extremely worried, and they'll be even more worried now since the bombs that were dropped in the residential area of Al Mansour in what the US said was a leadership attack yesterday afternoon. You see, this is one of the main things that this phase of the war, according to many people, was the one that was going to be the most dangerous, more dangerous than the US bombings, more dangerous than the anti-aircraft retaliation. This part of the war, when it would move into the streets of the Iraqi capital, where the seat of power is, and where there is a leadership that has made it very clear from the beginning that it would not give in. Well, that is why many people thought that this was going to to be the most dangerous phase of the war, and I think we've just entered that phase now. And so people were initially, just when that started, scrambling to try and move from neighborhood to neighborhood, but now I think they will be getting the message that there are very few neighborhoods where they'll be safe, because that residential area, again, that was bombed by bunker busting bombs in the middle of the afternoon. It's a commercial area, middle class, upper middle class residential neighborhood with embassies all around. Well, people will be wondering where they can be safe in the Iraqi capital. Michael?
Reem Brahimi in Amman, Jordan, as always. Thanks, Reem. Let's go now to Central Command, CENTCOM as it's called, in Doha, Qatar, where Tom Mintier has British Group Captain and spokesman Al Lockwood with him. Hi Tom, it has been a very eventful morning here. Bring us up to date on what you've been able to find.
Most definitely a very eventful morning in past 24 hours indeed. In less than 3 hours, CENTCOM will have its briefing in this room, where the questions will focus around first the attack in downtown Baghdad on what they call a target of opportunity, a leadership target, and then later in the time frame this morning, the exchange of fire and attack on a position with Al Jazeera in Abu Dhabi. Joining us now is Group Captain Al Lockwood. This target of opportunity they talk about, apparently the second direct time they have attempted with heavy weapons to take out Saddam Hussein.
Yes, very much so, Tom. Good information received last night, accurate information, enabled us to locate Saddam Hussein and apparently key members of his leadership in a building in Baghdad. A quick reaction by air forces targeted the building with precision weapons, so the building was destroyed. Initially from the States came the word that they believe that Saddam Hussein had been killed, but they've tempered that slightly this morning and say they're looking for more evidence before they can confirm he was actually in that building or not.
Looking for more evidence, that's going to be very difficult, because this is an area of town that is not controlled by the coalition. To collect the evidence, you need to be on the ground. My sources tell me they're probably willing to fight their way into the area where the impact was to do the evidence collection.
Yeah, well, I obviously only have open source reporting on that, and if they need to get that evidence, I believe that they will go very quickly to try and achieve it.
What about tactically? What we're seeing here in Baghdad, the tanks on the bridge, close air support, it is what we've been hearing for days, if not weeks, what the Americans did not want to do. They did not want to get involved in an urban warfare situation. Is that where they stand now?
Well, we're not in what you would actually call a classic urban warfare situation. The part of the city that we're attacking is the part where the regime hold their control from. It's where all their public buildings are, and it's obviously where we anticipated the most resistance. We're making very much a clear statement to the people of Iraq that we can attack as we wish their the regime's so-called symbols of power, and we will destroy them if resistance is encountered. What we're showing the people of Iraq is that this regime is finished. We're destroying their influence, we're destroying their symbols of power, and that we're going to free Iraq from Saddam Hussein's regime.
Is Basra a model of what happens once you take control of the city?
Well, we're very fortunate, I have to say. Some careful planning and a bit of luck, but an extremely successful military operation into Basra over the last 2 to 3 days. The final part of the operation was carried out yesterday afternoon when 3 Para-Brigade went through the old city in Souk. Light resistance, but the majority of people they met were smiling, cheery citizens of Basra, keen to see us as liberators.
Let's go to the part of the story that's been controversial ever since Saturday night, when the residence of the man known as Chemical Ali was hit. 1 minute, some British officers are saying he's dead. The next minute they're saying he might be, couldn't be, might be somewhere else. He's eluded. There apparently been several times when he has been targeted, or the people he's with, the leadership people, and missed.
Yes, very much so, and of course we're getting mixed messages. We've had 2 or 3 very reliable reports that in fact he was in the building and obviously successfully attacked. I think we need hard evidence now, which is going to take time. Certainly we have not stated on the UK military side that he has been killed, but we are now taking every step we can to clearly identify who was in that building by whatever means necessary to prove that hopefully he has been.
The following day, his bodyguard was confirmed to have been one of the casualties. Are you using that as an indicator to say that by close proximity, Chemical Ali would have been within 10 feet of his bodyguard?
I believe, actually, that he was seen moving into the building. The problem is, of course, we don't know if he moved out of the back during the time of the strike. Yes, his bodyguard was found, and a man known not always to be close to Ali's side, but I think we're going to have to take a little bit more time to get clear evidence that he was actually in there.
All right, Group Captain Al Lockwood, thank you very much. We should hear in this CENTCOM briefing details of this strike against the target of opportunity, as it's being called, believed to be Saddam Hussein and members of his family. Michael?
Yeah, Tom, just before I let you go, one thing that we heard there in that interview was the very definite phrase, we had accurate intelligence. That's a very unqualified description. It suggests that some extreme confidence there that Saddam Hussein was indeed inside that building.
My sources have told me that they have hard human intelligence that Saddam Hussein was in that building. They acted, they said, on hard human intelligence. So let's go back to Group Captain Al Lockwood. You talked about the intelligence of the attack on the leadership target last night in Baghdad, Saddam Hussein. How good is that intelligence?
Well, all I can say is it was a very clear indication to us that he was in that building. I can't obviously talk about sources.
All right, so hard information that Saddam Hussein was in the building when the airstrike was called in. As I said, we'll have to wait and see what is found in the building. Something may come into shape clearer in the day, or if indeed the coalition forces move into that area and take control of the site where the bombs were dropped, that would allow them to do a forensic examination, which is probably going to be required for confirmation. Michael?
Indeed, Tom, thanks for that follow-up. Yes, indeed, extreme confidence there coming from CENTCOM about their intelligence, which could have been Iraqi informants on the ground, or perhaps special forces on the ground. We know that special forces have been inserted into Baghdad, been there for some time. Very interesting to follow that development. Let's go now to southeastern Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage is there, embedded, as many would know, with the 7th US Marines. He joins us now by video phone. Martin, what is the latest since we last spoke?
Well, Michael, the Marine unit that we're embedded with came into the actual city of Baghdad early this morning, actually before the sun came up, crossing over a canal and then entering into Baghdad proper. As they came in, they came through a grove, a huge grove, almost a forest of palm trees, and there they came under attack and under fire. As they suppressed that and began to investigate, they found a huge stash of artillery pieces, anti-aircraft guns, and other various forms of ammunition and hardware. And so the Marines quickly went about the job of destroying it. This is sort of demolition that is done on the fly here. The Marines are obviously still trying to push forward through their objectives. So this is not something carefully planned and drawn out as you might do with a specific demolition team. Instead, it is Marines going through the underbrush there, quickly locating the Iraqi artillery, and then using either hand grenades or incendiary grenades, lobbing them into place there, and then running out of the way before they detonate. And there's not only the danger of the initial explosion, but of course all the ammunition that supports that artillery that is there. And as a result of that, there are secondary explosions that come and go quite frequently. So this was occupying about a good part of a half hour to an hour for those forces as they went through that palm grove and methodically, piece after piece, wanted to make sure it wouldn't be used again, wanted to make sure specifically if anybody came in behind them, they wouldn't be using it to attack them from the rear. And that was their operation there. Then they moved into an industrial complex. They did run into fighting there. At times the fighting was intense. Tank fire, mortar fire coming at them. Also heavy machine gun fire outgoing. The Marines were heavily outgunning whoever was attacking them. And they came across a stash of what appears to have been a Republican Army Guard headquarters, or at least a position that might have been in place there to defend. They didn't find anybody there. They did find a lot of equipment that appears to have been abandoned in a hurry, including chemical suits, gas masks, rubber boots, gloves, canisters, and medicines, including, we are told, atropine. Atropine is sort of an antidote that
right, we'll be getting back to that report from Martin Savage when we reestablish audio communication. And we'll be going back, of course, to Michael Holmes in Kuwait shortly. But for now, this. As we mentioned, coalition warplanes are on patrol targeting sites in Baghdad. So what next for President Saddam Hussein, if indeed he is still alive, and what happens now to his regime? Joining us with some insight is Jonathan Isle. He's a military analyst with the Royal United Services Institute in London. Thanks for being with us, as always. A quick word on what we saw there from Martin Savage. It looks like low-level guerrilla warfare at this point. Do you agree with that analysis?
It is indeed, and we're moving much more in that direction. What we're seeing is actually a combination of things. In some parts, in the plains of Iraq, in the center of Iraq, it is still very much a traditional war, meeting up some organized military opposition from the Iraqis. So it was over the last 24 hours around Baghdad airport, where there were 6 organized Iraqi counterattacks against Allied forces. But increasingly what we see even on the streets of Baghdad is low-level opposition. This is what military commanders are always very frightened of. This is where you can start losing soldiers very, very quickly.
Now let's talk about how coalition forces led by the U.S. in this instance have entered Baghdad. Now they've entered the center of Baghdad. Will they be staying there? And the other question is, where are the Republican Guard divisions we spoke so much about before those coalition forces attacked the Iraqi capital?
Well, the last 24 hours dispelled an enormous amount of our assumptions. It appeared over the weekend that the incursions of the US into the Iraqi capital had a more psychological impact rather than a military one. It now looks as though they're being transformed into core military presence by the United States on the ground. They are unlikely to withdraw. What we're seeing now is much more a battle for the control of the main arteries, like bridges and highways, in order to allow the entry of much larger numbers of troops into Baghdad, which I'm confident we will see in the next 24 hours. As to the Republican Guards, we know that 3 out of the 6 divisions have been destroyed. I suspect that the rest has simply evaporated. Most people just went back home.
Okay, a quick overall look at Iraq now. Assuming that coalition forces can control Baghdad, or at least have a presence in Baghdad, does that mean that militarily there is a victory for that side of the conflict, considering other cities such as Basra, such as other cities in the south of Iraq and the north of Iraq are not 100% secure?
No, they're not, and this is what we've seen in the last few hours in Basra, in the southern city, which the British have more or less overrun. But at the same time, it is very clear that the military are not very good at running a civilian authority. The key would be whether the military occupation could quickly be transformed into a civilian administration, which is in the hands of the Iraqi administrators. If it is not, then we're going to see the kind of looting that we've seen in Basra over the last 24 hours.
Yes, because from an occupying force, you need to become a policing force eventually.
Indeed, and the British are trying very carefully to make a distinction. They say that they want to support the civilian authority rather than become the civilian authority. The reality is that the choice does not always lie with the coalition forces that entered.
We'll be talking much more about that angle of the story, of course, with you, Jonathan Isle. Many thanks for being with us, our defense analyst in the studio. CNN's coverage of the war, of course, resumes after the break. When we come back, we'll have an update on the latest from the southern city of Basra. Stay with us. You're watching CNN.
Hey, I'll get this. Besides, I get airline miles. With your business card? Huh.
What is your credit card doing for your small business?
You earn miles on everything you buy? Yeah, from supplies to travel expenses.
The Citi Platinum Select Advantage Business Card. Call now and you could get 1 mile for every $1 you spend. Miles that may never expire. Plus 10,000 bonus miles.
I use my miles for car rentals, hotels, on over 25 top airlines, even a well-earned vacation.
Plus, get benefits like account summaries, business discounts, online fraud protection, and more. Call now to request your card.
I'd like the Citi Advantage Business Card and 10,000 bonus miles.
And soon, your miles could take you almost anywhere.
Oh, Paris is great. And flying free? Makes it even better. Smart business decision.
The Citi Advantage Business Card.
Call now to request your card and 10,000 bonus miles.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City. Let's bring you up to date. Well, for several hours now, we have been watching battles in various parts of Baghdad. During the fighting, a number of buildings have been struck. Not only Iraqi government offices, but at least one housing the media outlet Al Jazeera television. An injured Al Jazeera reporter who was carried outside later died. And we have seen coalition warplanes in the skies over Baghdad the last several hours. Also US tanks on the ground. At least one tank was seen firing at a building. Not far from there, fighting was reported at a presidential palace that US Marines entered on Monday. It is the second day US forces have occupied sections of the Iraqi capital. British troops are in control of the heart of Basra in the south. It is Iraq's second largest city and the site of some of the most intense fighting of the war so far. But when the majority of troops rolled in, they were surprised by the response, or lack of it. Alex Thompson reports.
Yesterday we saw the British Army storm into Basra. Today we saw them walk in. Tonight, British military commanders are saying the Ba'ath Party, Saddam Hussein's machine, is dead in Basra, Iraq's second city. It wasn't a pre-dawn raid. The paratroopers simply drove in confidently at around breakfast time. It was civilized from the word go. Convoying up to their forward position at the edge of the city itself, seized by tanks only yesterday. All the time escorted in the air by Cobra attack helicopters, but their guns too stayed silent. All round the compound of the forward position, Red Crescent teams all day have been carting away the bodies of militias killed in yesterday's assault. The British too lost 3 men, 2 of them at the entrance to this, their forward compound at the gates of Basra.
There's a lot of weapons around here. The place was awash with it. You can see that. There are a lot of defensive installations, and we'll need to spend some time in a city this size to complete the job and consolidate it and reassure the people and bring some security and stability to the city.
For a minority, it had been a bloody Sunday. For the majority, perhaps, a happy Monday. 700 British paratroopers who walked and walked and walked. They didn't shoot, nor were they shot at. By mid-afternoon, they were running out of Basra to walk through.
It's not been too bad, considering that the information that we got. It's not been too bad, actually. It's been fairly quiet.
Excellent, thanks a lot. You've been told to move. Cheers. He didn't have time to chat, but his boss of bosses certainly did.
The important thing is the regime is being removed. I don't think the regime falls like a tree. There's still some more work to be done. We need to make sure that we secure what we've achieved so far and continue to expand it.
Yesterday it was the armoured advance into Basra. Today the infantry. You've got paratroopers right on the streets of central Basra. They're saying they control 80 or perhaps even 90% of the geographical area of the city. And many are saying to me they haven't had a single shot fired in anger against them all day. The army will see it as a clear vindication of their gradual probing move into the city, and a repudiation of those who argued that paras or tanks on Iraqi streets would mean a bloodbath. But, as ever, caution's the watchword. Tempting to sort of jump to phrases like the British Army has now taken Basra. What would be your description of it?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say that the British Army has taken Basra, because we haven't completed the job yet, and it's certainly not over till it's over.
And the reaction? Mass euphoria? No. Widespread relief? Definitely.
We are very happy for this freedom. I thank you, very thank you. And we are enjoying this, all the people in Basra very enjoy. Thank you very much.
We demand government. Why? There is confusion, anarchy. There is no order here now because there is no government.
There certainly is anarchy and confusion. This afternoon, people in Basra were going at their looting on an industrial scale. Trucks, carts, water tanks ripped off rooftops. The army couldn't stop it, wouldn't stop it. Saddam Hussein ripped off his people for a generation. A little redistribution perhaps, as the people got their own back, ransacking any government for which read Ba'athist building. It was truly a day in which Ba'athist symbols and peoples were swept aside. By dawn, Marines were inside the Fedayeen headquarters, the militia HQ, also one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces on the banks of the Shatt al-Arab waterway. During the day, soldiers seized this prison. The building was also a torture center, according to Adnan Sakir, who showed his scars to back up his claim, as well as the cell in which he said he'd been tortured by a regime that will not disappear overnight. Well before sunset, British soldiers were withdrawing from the city centre, leaving Basra without law, without government. The Ba'athists beaten, the British regrouping. But another dramatic and relatively bloodless chapter has been written into the long history of this ancient city.
All right, that was Alex Thompson reporting there on British troops in Basra. I want to bring you up to date on this explosion that has occurred at the Palestine Hotel on the eastern side of the Tigris River. It's where most of the international media are based, since they had to move from operations in a government building that was bombed. What you're seeing there is a gathering of journalists as they exited the hotel after the explosion, which we're told took place next to a balcony on about the 15th floor of the hotel. 3 Reuters journalists, now this is according to Reuters itself, the Reuters news agency, have been injured. A Reuters reporter, a photographer, a television cameraman taken to hospital. The extent of their injuries not immediately clear. Now, it is still also unclear what the source of this explosion was. Clearly, it was not a bomb per se, but rather either a rocket or a missile that struck the building. Associated Press, you can see the impact, by the way. They're about 3 stories down next to the balcony there, where the impact of what was either a shell or a missile, most likely a shell from the damage, you can see there. A missile would most likely have caused more damage. AP, the Associated Press, for its part, is reporting that US troops had said snipers had been shooting at them from the roof of the hotel. Again, no independent confirmation from our sources as yet as to that claim, but AP, the news agency, reporting that US troops said they were taking fire from snipers in the hotel and could see men on the roof with binoculars surveying their position. Need to point out that the roof is a place where journalists also broadcast from, and there is always a lot of activity on that roof. People with binoculars on that roof would not be surprising. It would not be unusual for journalists to be surveying the situation with binoculars. You can see there the roof itself, some satellite dishes there, and you can see these pictures from LBC, Lebanese Broadcasting Company. First time I've seen these pictures too. Journalists scampering to get clear, obviously, although the shell itself had struck well up in the building and caused damage to what would appear to be one hotel room. As we say, not immediately clear how many casualties, how many wounded there are, other than Reuters reporting 3 of its own injured, and the extent of their injuries not yet clear. A reporter, a photographer, television cameraman obviously has seen some confusion as journalists left the building and gathered on a grassed area that's out the front of the Palestine Hotel. Some curious reports coming out at the moment. It will become clearer, we hope, in the minutes and hours ahead, but AP reporting US troops had said they had been taking sniper fire from that building, which is full of journalists, and but that right does not make it clear whether US troops fired at the building. Okay, stay with us. We'll be back after the break and we'll update you on the latest as we know it. Plus, also a look at rebuilding Iraq. George W. Bush, the US President, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, discussing their visions for post-war Iraq.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
for the ultimate entertainment. Get the ultimate double feature, HBO and Cinemax. HBO has top Hollywood hit movies and groundbreaking originals. Cinemax delivers the best exclusive premieres with the fewest repeats. And with Comcast Digital Cable, you get multiple channels, HBO and Cinemax on Comcast Digital Cable, the ultimate entertainment.
Free upgrade when you subscribe to Comcast Digital Service with HBO and Cinemax.
Attention shrimp. Barnhill's Buffet currently has an opening for an endless supply of plump, tender shrimp. That opening is on a plate at every participating Barnhill's Buffet from March 5th through April 18th. Barnhill's Endless Shrimp is 45 glorious days and nights of you crusty crustaceans. Who wants a free boat ride?
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And indeed, it is time for the latest developments now. At least 2 U.S. tanks appeared on a bridge in central Baghdad, at least one of them fired more than once. The Associated Press reports Iraqi forces mounted a major counterattack, sending buses and trucks full of fighters over the Tigris River against U.S. forces holding a key intersection in western Baghdad. U.S. forces tell the AP at least 50 Iraqis were killed. Abu Dhabi television showing pictures of what they said was U.S. forces peppering a high-rise with heavy machine gun fire, also at least one, perhaps 2 tank shells. The building, part of which erupted into flames, is located near a presidential palace compound. It is the second day that U.S. forces have occupied portions of the capital. Coalition warplanes struck a building in which U.S. Central Command says President Saddam Hussein and other top officials were thought to be. There's no independent confirmation that he was actually there, but sources in the Iraqi capital say at least 9 people were killed in the raid, which took place in an upscale residential neighborhood. 13 people were wounded. U.S. warplanes continuing to circle over Baghdad, some at very low altitudes. U.S. military officials confirm at least 2 bombing runs were made on the Iraqi capital Tuesday morning. And the war has claimed the life of another journalist. The Arab television network Al Jazeera says one of its reporters died in what it says was a U.S. airstrike. The Qatar-based network says another of its journalists was wounded when the building housing its offices and those of other Arab media groups was hit. Well, let's get more now on the developments in Baghdad. I'm joined by Chris Plant at the Pentagon. Chris, I don't know if you've been able to work the phones on what has been occurring, particularly recently with the blast at the Palestine Hotel, but you tell me what you do know.
Well, what we're getting here, and we did go and ask both at the Pentagon and at the Central Command in Doha as to whether these people were being deliberately targeted, and the Al Jazeera gentleman in particular. And what we're being told is that they absolutely did not target this media center, that they absolutely do not target civilians, that they only target legitimate military targets. They insist that the gentleman from Al Jazeera found himself in the middle of a war zone, in an ongoing war zone, that it was a hazardous area, that the United States military had suggested quite strenuously to all media organizations that they could not provide for their safety regardless of their location if they were in the midst of a war zone. And I can tell you that based on conversations that I've had with U.S. military officials, and that I know senior management from U.S. media corporations here in the U.S. Were told very bluntly by Pentagon officials that they would not take any special steps to avoid involving news media in these targets if combat was ongoing. They explained that if, for example, the Al Rashid Hotel, where many journalists have stayed in the past, found itself with anti-aircraft artillery on the roof, or if they believed that there was command and control in the basement, that the Al Jazeera Hotel would not be safe. But in this instance, the one official here at the Pentagon did say that he regrets the loss of this man's life as they would with any other civilian, but that they do not target the civilians. The man knew the risk that he was taking when he put himself in the middle of the combat zone, and while they regret it, there's not much that they can do to prevent things like this from happening in a combat zone where there's a lot of free fire going on.
Chris, meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, advances being made. The Pentagon commenting on one in particular, and that would be the targeted attack, as it were, in a residential neighbourhood where they say that they believe Saddam Hussein may have been having a meeting.
That's right. That was at about 3 p.m. Baghdad time yesterday now, and according to what we've been told here and from officials in the region, they had intelligence, the U.S. had intelligence information that indicated that President Saddam Hussein and his two sons, Uday and Qusay, who to a large extent are in charge of the Republican Guard and the Special Security Services, were going to be at this location at a specified time. We're told that this was based on a variety of forms of intelligence, including human intelligence, which generally speaking is considered to be more reliable. It's not clear what that human intelligence may have been, whether it was an Iraqi military official close to the inner circle that may have known about future movements of the president and his sons, or whether it was perhaps U.S. Special Operations Forces that had physically had their eyes on the leader or had been tracking the movements of these leaders of the Iraqi regime. But they did call in an airstrike, not from small tactical aircraft, but from a large B-1 bomber, the B-1B Lancer bomber, which is a long-range heavy bomber, not generally typically used in this type of situation, but that 4 bombs at 2,000 pounds apiece, 4 of these GPS-guided, the satellite-guided bombs, were delivered on this target, and it, from what we've seen in the videotape, obviously caused a great deal of destruction on that site. Indications are, according to White House officials and senior White House correspondent John King, indications are that they are confident, or at least very optimistic, that they may have been successful at decapitating the regime, which of course was the opening salvo of this conflict on the 19th of last month. The first move was to try to decapitate the regime in an effort to stave off actual combat, which then ensued because it was murky from that point on as to what happened in the U.S., claiming that these videotapes that have been produced since were somewhat suspect. But I'd have to say that the fact that they said that they targeted President Hussein yesterday and his sons is essentially an admission that they have concluded that he survived that attack and that he is alive. It would be the first, although not stated, it would be the first admission by the administration or by the coalition that they believe that Saddam Hussein was alive, and they targeted him again yesterday, again in a residential area, certainly a controversial move, apparently a significant number of civilian casualties involved in that too. So it's one of those military balancing acts where a difficult decision had to be made, and they decided that they were confident enough in the intelligence information that they went ahead and struck this residential area, knowing that civilians might be in harm's way, but in the hope from their perspective certainly that it would shorten the duration of the conflict and in the end reduce the number of both civilian and military casualties in the end. Michael?
All right, Chris, thanks. Chris Plant there at the Pentagon in Washington. Snippets, more information coming in every minute or two about this incident at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad, the place where most media are based. AP is reporting that what you see there is the result of a tank shell from a U.S. tank. AP had reported earlier, quoting U.S. soldiers, not really sourcing it any better than that. U.S. soldiers had reported taking sniper fire from this hotel, where the media is broadcasting by and large, and had responded. Now they're reporting that it was a tank shell that hit that room. We're told on about the 15th floor. Reuters now reporting that 4 of its people have been wounded, a reporter, a cameraman, a photographer, and also a technician. Obviously, in the early stages of an incident like this, preliminary information is obviously wrong, or at least cloudy. and so confirmation is something we await, but these are the reports that we're receiving from wire services in Baghdad. Hala.
Well, Michael, as we bring you, of course, live pictures of fighting and reports of what's going on in this war in Iraq, there is talk of post-war Iraq. U.S. President George W. Bush and Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair are meeting in Northern Ireland to discuss the post-Saddam era. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell says the two will discuss differing views, though, on the role of the United Nations. Correspondent John King reports from Belfast.
U.S. officials say the Belfast summit will endorse a broad advisory role for the United Nations in post-war Iraq. As Mr. Bush arrived for the talks, senior aides said talk of a major transatlantic rift on the issue is exaggerated. Well, Prime Minister Blair's government once again made clear it wants major UN involvement.
It's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan.
But Mr. Bush is adamant that the United Nations not have the lead political role in Iraq, as it did after the fighting ended in Afghanistan, East Timor, and Kosovo. Secretary of State Powell negotiated with UN Secretary General Kofi Annan throughout the weekend. And Annan sounded as if he now accepts the White House view.
Iraq is not East Timor, and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel. There is a reasonably effective civil service. There are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country.
The administration will quickly establish a U.S.-led civil administration in Iraq, and says it will then gradually transfer power to a new interim Iraqi authority,
which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
U.S. officials say the draft Belfast communique envisions a lead UN role in humanitarian efforts and calls on the Security Council to endorse the new interim Iraqi authority. A U.S. team will head to Iraq this week to prepare to get that new interim authority up and running. And Secretary Powell says the focus on post-war Iraq in the summit talks here is critical because, in his words, the hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion. John King, CNN, Belfast.
At the United Nations, Secretary General Kofi Annan stressed his belief that only the world body can bring legitimacy to the process of rebuilding Iraq. UN Undersecretary Sashi Tharoor says the organization is waiting to learn how it can contribute to a post-war Iraq.
I think what we're hearing is that the British and the American presidents have been discussing this issue. I'm sure that once they come to an agreement, they will need to persuade the 13 other members of the Security Council as to what exactly they see the UN doing. From our point of view, we have a real humanitarian role. You've just heard my colleague talking about the great needs there, particularly in the health front, also water shortages. Our UN agencies, UNICEF, the High Commissioner for Refugees, the World Food Programme, the World Health Organization, they're already on the ground, already trying to do what they can, and they will have a lot more to do when this war is over. Beyond that, it all depends on what mandate the Security Council gives us.
Well, UN officials say Annan plans to visit Britain, France, Germany, and Russia this week. They say he's searching for a consensus among Security Council members for a political role for the Security Council in post-war Iraq. Okay, let's take it back to Michael now in Kuwait.
Hala, thanks very much, and I'm going to take it straight away to Doha, Qatar. There is some breaking news coming out of CENTCOM. Our Tom Mintier is based there covering it for us. Tom, what can you tell us?
We do have confirmation that an A-10 Warthog or tank buster, the one that was seen or like it over the skies of Baghdad this morning, has crashed at the newly named Baghdad International Airport. CENTCOM says that the pilot did eject and was safely rescued. Again, A-10 Warthog or tank buster has gone down. They would not say if it's been shot down, but it has apparently crashed somewhere near the vicinity of Baghdad International Airport. CENTCOM saying that the pilot did eject from the plane before it crashed and that he has been rescued. Our viewers may remember that this airplane was clearly visible over the skies of Baghdad this morning, dropping flares out. These flares are dropped from the A-10 to prevent surface-to-air missiles from taking it out to redirect the heat towards these flares. But this plane was clearly during the morning hours flying over Baghdad and dropping its ordnance. Again, not sure if indeed it is the same same A-10 or one similar to it involved in other operations, but CENTCOM confirming that the A-10, one at least, has gone down near Baghdad International Airport, and the pilot has been safely rescued. Michael?
All right, this obviously, Tom, coming on a day of very busy activity in Baghdad. Do you have any latest reports on what's been occurring in the center of the city? We are certainly reporting that the Palestine Hotel has been hit, apparently, according to AP, by a tank shell, a U.S. tank shell.
No confirmation from here. It's a bit early on to get confirmation on what type of shell hit the Palestine Hotel, but it was clear from the pictures we saw on Al Jazeera television that something indeed did strike the hotel. We did see several journalists being taken out of the hotel and taken to hospital, but so far not any confirmation about the activity going on around the Palestine Hotel, at least from this vantage point. There may be embedded reporters out with units that are in the downtown area of Baghdad that may have more information on what's going on the ground with the Palestine Hotel. CENTCOM just very quickly confirming that at 9:15 local time this morning, this A-10 Warthog did indeed go down, crashed near the airport, and the pilot was rescued. No other information on other activities currently going on in downtown Baghdad.
All right, Tom, we'll let you work the corridors and get back to you a little later. Thanks very much, Tom Intier there at CENTCOM, and just updating what we're hearing about that, what appears to be, or reportedly, a tank shell striking the Palestine Hotel. We're also getting reports off Abu Dhabi, I believe, television, saying that at least one of the journalists staying in that hotel was indeed killed. Reuters reporting that 4 of its staff were injured. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you up to date on the latest.
Itching, flaking, redness, the distress of psoriasis. Save your skin with Psoriasin. 3 effective formulas. Psoriasin relieves the symptoms, helps prevent recurrence. Save your skin and your scalp with Psoriasin, and now new Psoriasin shampoo.
CNN Today, coalition forces roll through Baghdad. Elsewhere, U.S. troops discover suspicious material. Plus, a Gulf War vet on his possible exposure to chemical agents. American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN Today, 8 Eastern. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad. The latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
One play, one chance. $29 down. Delivers that Nimnik Pontiac. Late model car, truck, and SUV. Your choice. $29 down. $175 a month. Take your pick. $29 down. $199 a month. Huge selection. $29 down. $239 a month. You ride for $29 down. One play, one chance. Hurry to Nimnik Pontiac. Phillips Highway and Emerson Street, Jacksonville.
If you're looking for one of the top money managers in America, you don't have to go to Wall Street. You can go to 3rd Street and Ponte Vedra Boulevard, where Intrepid Capital has become one of the nation's leading firms.
Our success is a direct result of our people and our investment process. We're passionate about what we do, and our results show it.
Over the last 3 years, Intrepid has outperformed the S&P 500 by more than 68%. Intrepid Capital Management. Discipline makes the difference.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Indeed, the latest developments. At least 2 U.S. tanks appeared on a bridge in central Baghdad, at least one of them firing across the Tigris River. The Associated Press reports Iraqi forces mounted a major counterattack, sending buses and trucks full of fighters over the Tigris River against U.S. forces holding a key intersection in western Baghdad. U.S. forces tell the AP at least 50 Iraqis were killed. Abu Dhabi television reports that U.S. forces peppered this high-rise building, a government building, with heavy machine gun fire, also a tank shell or two. The building, part of which erupted in flames, is located near a presidential palace compound. It is the second day U.S. forces have occupied portions of the capital. Coalition warplanes struck a building in which U.S. Central Command says President Saddam Hussein and other top officials were thought to be. No independent confirmation that he was actually there, but sources in the Iraqi capital do say at least 9 people were killed in the raid on the upscale residential neighborhood, 13 people wounded.
All right, we'll get back to Michael in just a moment. Let's take a look at other stories making news around the world. China's state television reported 2 more deaths from severe acute respiratory syndrome, or the SARS virus. At the same time, Beijing says the outbreak has been brought under what it calls effective control. Various reports put the worldwide death toll at about 100 individuals, with estimates of about 2,600 infected in 20 countries and territories. Unlike some other respiratory diseases, SARS does not respond to common treatments like antibiotics. But health experts say they believe they're closing in on a previously unidentified coronavirus as the source of the illness. News from Africa. Uganda is deploying extra troops to a remote village in the Democratic Republic of Congo to prevent a new wave of killings. The United Nations on Monday confirmed a massacre in Drodro, close to the Ugandan border. UN officials quote witnesses as saying women and children joined a dawn raid on the town Thursday, killing more than 950 people within 3 hours. A UN team reported seeing scraps of clothing and traces of blood above some 20 mass graves. Thursday's killings came hours after the Congo government and rebel leaders signed a political settlement to end several years of conflict. In other news, Fidel Castro's government is dealing a blow to voices of opposition. At least 36 dissidents were convicted Monday and sentenced to up to 27 years in prison. The government accuses them of collaborating with U.S. diplomats to harm Cuba and its economy. In total, 78 journalists, economists, and activists were put on trial. Washington is condemning the trials as, quote, an appalling act of intimidation, unquote. And human rights groups say they've launched a worldwide campaign to pressure Tokyo to extradite former President Alberto Fujimori back to Peru. Fujimori fled to Japan in November 2000 after he was accused of election fraud. He's wanted by Interpol for his alleged role in the murders of 25 people. Human rights groups also claim Fujimori committed various rights abuses. Tokyo has refused to extradite Fujimori on grounds that he is a citizen of Japan. All right, time for us to get an update of the business headlines. Charles Hodson is with us for the latest on that. Charles.
Holla. Well, European stock markets are retreating from the high ground they reached on Monday. Some investors are taking profits after a 5-day rally triggered by speculation that the war in Iraq is nearing an end. Here are the main numbers, or the numbers on the main bourses. In London, the FTSE 100 is currently falling by 1.25%. The Xetra DAX losses there nearly 2%. Paris CAC 40 1.5% off at the moment. Zurich SMI off by about 1.33% as things stand right now. Military developments in Iraq are still the main influence on the oil market. Crude prices are falling again, even after OPEC President Abdullah Al-Attiyah voiced his concern about the recent downturn in prices. He's proposing a meeting of the oil cartel in 2 weeks' time to allow its members to discuss the supply situation in a post-war market. In London, Brent crude for May delivery is falling slightly, off 12 cents to $24.46, and US benchmark crude is down 10 cents at $27.86 a barrel in electronic trade. Well, let's get some insight on what's happening in the market. CNN's financial editor Todd Benjamin is here to give us his thoughts. So, 5-day rally, bit of profit taking.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the Euro Top 300, you have an index of the 300 largest companies, so it's a broader index, a good sort of barometer. You know, it's been up 21% since its lows, and yesterday was up 3.5%. It's off today just over 1%. So all these markets really are holding on to the majority of their gains. And I think one reason that they're doing better today than they would otherwise be doing is because there's speculation about the fate of Saddam Hussein and his sons. Now, for this market to move substantially higher on Iraq-driven news, I think they would need confirmation that Saddam Hussein was dead.
So it's basically on trust. What you're saying is the markets are really, well, holding these levels is conditional on that, and presumably also the earnings season that we know is coming up next week, not producing too much awful news.
Well, I think the earnings actually aren't going to be good. I think a lot of companies may use Iraq as an excuse, or SARS, or bad weather, but the bottom line is I think the economy is not doing well, and it's having an impact on companies. And I think markets are going to have to come to this realization. Look, at one point yesterday, Charles, the Dow was up 243 points. You know, that is a very big gain, and yet ended up only 23 points. A lot of people are skittish. A lot of people are trading this market, and they want to take the profits short term.
Okay, so it is still very much that trader's market. This is not the market yet, anyway, in which we see big investors, big funds coming in and really putting their hands into their pockets and investing, right?
Well, I still think the jury's out on that. Absolutely right. I think it primarily is a trader's market. And when I spoke yesterday with one of the big investment banks about who's doing the trading, they said a lot of it was hedge fund trading, having to cover their shorts, i.e. these are people betting the markets would go down, and when they didn't, they had to buy back stock, and that helps to push prices higher. So I'm still skeptical somewhat of this rally and sustainability.
Todd, thank you very much indeed. Todd, our financial editor. Hala, back to you.
All right, and we'll see both of you next hour for another update on financial news. This closes off this hour. Our coverage of the war, of course, in Iraq continues in about 2 minutes. I'm Hala Garani in London. Stay with CNN.
Hey Mom, just wanted to call and tell you I'm in my new house, and I have every light in the house on. Oh, and tell Dad I'm air conditioning the entire neighborhood.
Every year, millions of Americans experience the joy of owning their first home. Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and a list of lenders and credit counselors.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad. Steady parade of flames that's been going on for hours. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire. It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Attention shrimp. Barnhill's Buffet currently has an opening for an endless supply of plump, tender shrimp. That opening is on a plate at every participating Barnhill's Buffet from March 5th through April 18th. Barnhill's Endless Shrimp is 45 glorious days and nights of you crusty crustaceans. Who wants a free boat ride?
Captain Richard Darby is a proven hands-on community leader. He needs your vote April 15th for City Council District 14.
I know Richard Darby is a community leader. As a member of the Cecil Field Restoration Advisory Board, he fought to get toxic waste removed from our neighborhood.
To the Wedekin family, Richard Darby is a hero. His quick action helped save Lee Wedekin's life.
Hello, I'm Richard Darby. After 32 years of serving on the front lines as a Jacksonville firefighter, I want to serve as your City Council for District 14. On April 15th, vote for Richard Darby.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And good morning, I'm Carol Costello. Let's get right to it with the latest developments at this hour. You can hear the gunfire. Parts of central Baghdad erupted into an urban battlefield early today, with U.S. tanks and warplanes taking on a high-rise government building along the Tigris River. One of Al Jazeera's television reporters was killed by an airstrike, and a cameraman for Abu Dhabi television narrowly escaped injury when his location was targeted. Also, U.S. Marines went into an industrial area in southeast Baghdad looking for a fight, and they got one. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, says it's a sprawling area of warehouses. Marty reports the Marines had the area surrounded and had a detailed plan for rooting out Iraqi fighters who have taken refuge there. U.S. heavy bombers unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Saddam Hussein's, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. No confirmation on who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed and 13 wounded. The Pentagon has released video of the fatal blow delivered over the weekend against Iraqi leaders in Basra. The airstrike targeted the home of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid. He is Saddam Hussein's cousin, nicknamed Chemical Ali, the man who allegedly ordered a devastating poison gas attack that killed 5,000 Iraqi Kurds in the north in 1988. The Arab television station Al Jazeera says one of its journalists was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist, identified as Tariq Ayoub, was carried away from the wreckage in a blanket. You see it there. Another Al Jazeera journalist was injured in the blast. The Pentagon denies it was targeting Al Jazeera. The Palestine Hotel in downtown Baghdad came under fire too today. We have reports now a Spanish reporter was killed. The hotel is known primarily as the home base for many international journalists remaining in the city. Several other journalists were wounded by what appears to be a shell hitting the 15th floor. The source of this fire is not yet known. And we'll soon hear from President Bush. He's in Northern Ireland now, meeting with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The two leaders plan to announce an agreement on the UN's role in post-war Iraq. Their joint news conference is set to begin about 1 hour from now at 6 a.m. Eastern. Of course, CNN will bring it to you live. And we are now waiting for a news conference to begin shortly with Jessica Lynch's family. Of course, we'll bring you live coverage. Jessica's family is in Germany, where she's being treated for injuries she received when she was taken prisoner in Iraq. She was rescued in a daring raid last week.
A day of fierce firefights again, intense bombing in Baghdad as coalition forces try again to tighten the noose around the city. The big question today: where is Saddam Hussein? Where are his 2 sons? Are they dead or are they alive? And was Saddam inside of a building targeted by a coalition airstrike?
And good morning to you. It's Tuesday, April 8th from CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Carol Costello. Good morning, Bill.
Carol, hello again. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in Kuwait City. As Carol just mentioned, we're standing by for that news conference from Private Jessica Lynch's family. Landstuhl, Germany is supposed to start any minute now. We'll get you there live once it does. In the meantime, though, if you've been with us now, you know there's been some sort of firing at the Palestine Hotel, which is where the majority of international journalists are now housed in Baghdad. The Pentagon and Chris Plano has a bit more information as to what's happening there. Chris, what do you know?
Hi, Bill. What we're hearing here is that the U.S. is saying that there was sniper fire coming from the hotel, at least 1 sniper, possibly more, and that is why the U.S. military responded. Apparently, from what we can tell, and officials here are not confirming this because they're not certain, but from what we've seen on the videotape, it appears that they responded with rounds from M1 tanks to those locations where the sniper fire was originating. And again, they're saying at least 1 sniper, possibly more, and they returned fire. They're saying that they were not opening fire on the hotel because it was a hotel or a media center. They say that they specifically go to great lengths to not target civilians, but in this instance, with the sniper fire coming from the building, they did return fire in a defensive fashion. Bill?
Chris, thanks. Chris Plano, the Pentagon live to Landstuhl now in Germany. Jessica Lynch, a very good reunion earlier in the week with members of her family. Her parents are there, and so too are others. Let's listen in now.
So can you explain to me what kind of support the government has given you since this ordeal began?
The government has gave all kinds of support to us. We just couldn't be more proud than what they are doing for us right now.
Right here, please. Has your daughter been able to tell you much about your experiences in Iraq? Have you talked to them about that?
No, sir. We're just kind of letting her take her time at this, and that.
Right here.
Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, her injuries, are they what you expected when you saw her? What kind of spirits was she in? physically? How did she appear to you as a mom and a dad upon seeing her?
Her spirits was real high, and we was really glad to see her condition, because we was kind of figuring a lot worse, but it worked out real good for us.
Mom, can you talk about that?
The same. She looks real good, real cheerful. So it was better than I expected, yes.
This is Claire Shipman with ABC News. When we last talked at your home in West Virginia, you all talked a lot about your faith and her faith. Have you talked to her about how much that might have helped her get through this ordeal?
In a way, yes. When you lose faith and hope, there's not just too much to go on. You got to keep your faith and hope high.
Greg, can you talk about the difference of seeing her and talking with her, and how nice it was to actually, you knew she was okay in here, but then you're actually in the room with her. Can you talk about the difference that made for you and for David?
It really felt good once we seen her and seen the spirit she was in. We knew then she was going to be all right.
Is she talking to you about wanting to go home? Does she say anything about wanting to go home? And does she know how much the country is paying attention to her? How big, for lack of a better word, celebrity she has become?
Not really. She just wants to go home. But I don't think reality really hit her yet on, on her.
Perhaps this question was asked already and I couldn't hear it over here, but could you tell us what your daughter has told you about her time in captivity and about the rescue? Can you tell us what she's told you, sort of related to you, about what her experience was like during the captivity and in the rescue?
Well, sir, we haven't talked too much on that at this time. We're going to let Jessie have her feelings, so when she's ready to tell us something, she will.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jessie. What do you think about this media session? How do you feel about this? And what do you think is the principal message you should send to the media and to America right now?
I have an answer.
I'll step up.
Okay.
Sir, the answer to that question would be the media. The reason we're here today is because of the media and the message that we sent out to all the family and support. You know, the media provides a lot for us, and the transportation over here, the media got that out, and it's just great that you all support us the way you have. And any other way, I mean, it could have been worse. The media could have made it more dramatic than what it was, but you guys have turned it around so that the attention is brought towards Jessica and not to us. Yes.
Yeah, what have you talked to your sister about? Is she aware of what happened to other members of her community?
She is aware that the fate of the other members of the 507th and the POWs, but she's real concerned for them. But she's not in the state where she really wants to talk much about that, and she's more concerned on she's looking out for others and not for herself. And it's kind of a way where you would think that she would be on herself trying to get better, but still she's still concerned about the family members of the others.
Is that typical of her character?
That is very typical of her character, and I'm very surprised that she's still trying hard to get herself on her feet, but still she's more concerned for others as well.
Right here.
Yes, what can you say about the Iraqi people who helped your daughter? And another question, you look happy today, but your happiness is not only yours, because the story was around in the world and everybody was worried about Jessica. What can you say about to the other parents, not only soldier parents, but parents around, for example, Italian parents that they were so involved in this story.
Man, we just want to say thanks to everybody who took part in the rescue for that, and you know, we still give out our prayers for not only the troops in Iraq but all over the world that are deployed, and it's just great support. You know, that the soldiers are there fighting for a cause that is definitely known to be done, and the soldiers that rescued my sister, you know, they're heroes as well, and she doesn't really think that she's a hero, but she's a hero as well too.
How do you feel about being sent out to Iraq right now?
Sir, I will go, and I will do my job as well as she done hers, but my concern right now is my sister, and if it comes down to orders to go to Iraq, then so be it. The yellow is for hope for the families that still have lost and missing POWs as well.
Greg Jr., Greg, she had talked about had she made the paper back home. Does she have any idea how big this has gotten? Have you guys had a chance to talk about that at all to her?
Kenny, we're just right now we're just kind of bringing her in slowly. She doesn't realize how big this has become, and she's not into where she's reading a lot of magazines and watching news. That kind of got her isolated from that, and you know, we're kind of slowly bringing her up to what she needs to be, and we just don't want to bring it in too fast for her.
We understand that a friend of hers flew over with her from the Gulf and has been with her. Can you tell us anything about the friend? Was it somebody from basic training, and has that friend helped and supported her?
Ma'am, I really don't know a lot about her friend. I just met her, and I really don't want to release her name right now. But she is a great person, and she's been by her side 24/7, and it's just phenomenal support from her and her unit.
Magazine. What's it like inside the room when you're visiting? What's the back and forth like?
It's real good. It's good just to see her, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to see her, whether we're coming and going or, you know, spending a minute or two or an hour or two. It's just great.
Excuse me, Greg.
Yes.
Describe that moment when you all walked into her hospital room. I know there were smiles. There had to be tears as well.
There was tears. That was the. You know, I had shed a few tears before, but that really, it hit me hard when I walked in that room, and you know, it hit the whole family, and it was just good to see her face and the condition that she was in good shape, and the doctors there are wonderful, and the hospital and the community here is just great support for everybody, and you know, it hit the family hard, but you know, we're doing good just to see her now. A lot better than the conversations on the phone.
Has she talked to you all about what she wants to do, what she will? Does she know about all these scholarships, and does she any of that?
As I told Kenny there, that you know, we're trying to bring her up slowly right now. We're not really mentioning anything that, you know, they're offering, or she's just more concerned of others right now, and she's wanting to get on her feet, and that's the way we want to see it. We want to see her get back to normal, and when she's ready for all that, I'm sure she'll pick up a paper and read it herself.
Does she seem like the same sister you last saw?
Definitely. She's definitely the same person. You know, she's just a little tired now and trying to get better.
What is it about your sister's character that will let her pull through this?
She's very strong in the head, and you know, she's very determined and has a set way of life, and she sees it that she needs to get better for not only herself but for others around her, to show the world, and that they supported her. Now she needs to support them.
There was something about the extent of their injuries when they were getting shot in Iraq. Did that bother you?
It troubled the family a lot because we were so uncertain, and we were lost in the loophole of information, getting it back and forth. But you know, information like that right now, just seeing her and knowing the condition that we see her in is more important than what the stories and the rumors were told before.
Yeah, can you tell us what day was the meeting that you just described, the first meeting where the tears were shed? What day was that meeting, and where did that take place? Where exactly do you visit her?
It was Saturday. It was Saturday evening. Oh yes, I believe Sunday morning. Sunday morning, sir. Yeah. Sunday morning in the hospital, in the Leinster Hospital.
Has she talked at all about how she focused to sort of keep going through the whole ordeal?
No, ma'am. She has not really brought up anything like that. And right now we're we're not really mentioning anything. It's just a process, you know, that whenever she's ready to mention something like that, that'll be the time. And right now, we just want to see her get on her feet and get better.
Greg, can you just tell us a little bit about, I mean, you've been here like 3 or 4 days now. Can you just kind of walk us through what a typical day is like? When do you guys go over to see her? How long do you typically stay? Is there a set pattern, or does it change from day to day?
There's no set pattern. It's just basically, you know, whenever the doctors feel that we're able to see her, then we try to be over there, and we just spend some time with her. Sometimes days are longer, sometimes it's shorter. Right now she's in some treatment, and they're trying to get her back on her feet, and it's no set patterns right now.
What would be the longest meeting you've had, just as an example?
Myself, probably not nearly as long as Mom and Dad, but I've been in there, I'd say an hour at a time, on and off.
Has she asked you for anything from home?
Other than she wants to go home. That's the only thing she's been asking. But you know, we try to bring her some stuff that she needs. But like I said before, we just want to regenerate on how we just want her to get well. And then when she's well enough, then whatever she wants, then that's what will be provided.
What'd you bring her?
We brought her some, you know, basic like hair stuff. Just minor, just girls. What girls want.
Okay, thank you all for being here to ask some questions and receive some answers from this very brave family who has a very brave soldier of a daughter, and we're glad that you were here today. Thank you very much.
Those are the family members of Jessica Lynch talking for the first time with reporters since arriving in Germany at Landstuhl Medical Center. Not a whole lot of information given by the family indicating that Jessica, anyway, to this point, 19 years of age, has not talked about her days in captivity to this point. We heard him talk about allowing her to take her time in her recovery, and when she is ready to tell us something, she will. She has, we're told, a prognosis that is excellent, but she has an awful lot of injuries too. A head wound, a back injury, fractured right arm, a right leg, left leg as well, right foot and ankle, several surgeries thus far. We're also finding out in the first conversation she had with the parents by way of telephone after she was taken out of that hospital in Nazaré a week ago today, she told her father that she had not eaten in 8 days. This stemming from the convoy that was intercepted on March 23rd, Sunday, near the town of Nazaré. That's a wrap from Landstuhl. Matthew Chance is standing by. If we have Matthew, I want to take you there now live. Matthew, good afternoon there.
Good afternoon to you as well, Bill. And as you say, not a great deal of information coming out of this press conference, but it is the first opportunity that we've had to see the parents of Jessica Lynch since she was brought here to the Landstuhl medical facility in Germany. The medical officer who's in charge of this US Army hospital said that the spirits of Private Lynch were excellent. She said she was doing very well. She was sitting up out of bed in a chair, that she'd been eating solid food on occasion. Now, he also said before the family started speaking, that is, that there is no date yet set for her to return to the United States. She's been undergoing quite serious and intensive surgery on her back to some of those multiple injuries that you mentioned, and quite simply, she hasn't made enough of a recovery yet to take a flight back. One of the interesting things, though, there has been a lot of concern about the nature of the wounds sustained by Private Lynch. There was word, first of all, that she may have been shot. That was later denied by the medical authorities here, who gave her a thorough examination. But on further inspection, it seems that some of the broken bones she sustained that sort of pierced the flesh may, according to the medical officials here, have been caused by some kind of small caliber weapon. They're talking about a pistol or something like that. It's not clear how that was sustained, whether it was sustained when she was in custody or when her convoy was ambushed. We were hoping that some light may be shed on that by some of the family members, if they'd spoken to her about what she went through in captivity and about what she went through when she was captured by the Iraqi forces. But they say the time isn't right for that. They're giving her plenty of space, and they're hoping that, you know, when she makes a more of a psychological recovery, she'll be more open about exactly what happened to her, Bill.
Yeah, Matthew, any idea how long will the family stay there in Germany? The entire time, or will they depart sometime soon?
Actually, we haven't been given any indication of that. They're not showing any signs of leaving right now. They could very well stay in this building right behind me. It's the Fisher House, what they call the Fisher House here at the Landstuhl U.S. military facility. It's here specifically so that U.S. family members of troops can come over and spend time with their relatives that are injured and are recovering in this hospital. So the facilities are here for them to stay as long as they want. And as I say, they haven't given any indication yet that they're leaving.
Matthew, thanks. Matthew Chance at Landstuhl watching things with the Lynch family there today. Now Carol again at the CNN Center.
Some happy news this morning. Have to talk about the fighting inside Baghdad, though. We understand, about an hour ago, the Palestine Hotel suffered some kind of explosion. The 15th floor was hit. Now inside of that hotel, many international journalists, we understand 5 Reuters reporters were hurt. 1 Spanish reporter was killed. And of course, there are a number of American reporters inside that hotel, too. Reem Brahimi was one of them before she was expelled from Baghdad. She joins us live now from Ahmad, Jordan. And you managed to get someone on the phone from the Palestine Hotel. Tell us about it.
Carol, this is a very sad day for us in the journalistic community. 2 journalists have been killed. I was talking indeed to somebody who was just at the Palestine Hotel literally minutes before this hit against the Palestine Hotel hit the 15th floor of the building where the Reuters journalist had an office. One of the journalists that was hit was from Reuters, that was killed was from Reuters. I understand 3 or 4 of his colleagues at least have been injured, and we're hoping to hear more news on their status a little later. I understand from the person I spoke to that had just left the building that it seemed to be coming from a tank, possibly one of the 2 tanks that are advancing on the Jumhuriya bridge, those 2 US tanks advancing on the Al Jumhuriya bridge nearby. There's been an exchange of fire between those tanks and some buildings across the river from there. It's possible that one of these tanks may have been the one to hit the Palestine Hotel when 1 Reuters journalist again was killed and 3 or 4 at least injured. Another journalist was killed earlier today, Carol, as you know, journalist from Al Jazeera, when the building that houses Al Jazeera, the Arabic television network's offices, was hit. The office seemed to have been bombed. The journalist in question, Tariq Ayoub, is somebody who also worked for CNN at one point, a very dear colleague. He leaves behind a 6-month-old baby and a wife. He was killed almost on the spot. He was taken away immediately as part of the 2 injured journalists from Al Jazeera, but seemed to have died pretty soon after the house that hosts Al Jazeera was hit. Al Jazeera, as you know, is on the banks of the river Tigris, not far from the other TV, Abu Dhabi, the other Arabic satellite television that was also hit and was taken off air briefly at one point. It's a very, very sad moment, Carol, for all of us. Tariq Ayoub was someone who was very hardworking, an extremely helpful colleague, and we have all had very close ties to Al Jazeera, to our colleagues there. We've worked very closely on the field with them. They've always been extremely helpful, and it's a very difficult situation. As you know, in these times of war, solidarity takes over competition.
Yeah.
And it's a very, very hard moment for everybody.
Definitely so. Let's go back to the Palestine Hotel, because government sources says the media certainly is not being targeted, but we do understand that someone saw snipers on the roof, and maybe that's why this explosion occurred.
I can't comment on that. I don't know. I can't say whether or not that is accurate. I know that from the beginning, the Palestine Hotel, from the beginning of the war, was the hotel where all the journalists were staying. There were very few journalists. In fact, I don't know of any journalists who at the eve of the war, when the war began, were still anywhere else but at the Palestine Hotel. In fact, the Ministry of Information had been hit a couple of times, and this is where we used to work out before the war. In the first few days of the war, some journalists were still going back there to attend press briefings. But when that building was hit, then the press center from the Ministry of Information moved into the Palestine Hotel. So that was clearly it's a big tower. It's quite visible, Carol, and it was a place that was known for all journalists to be there and to work out of the Palestine Hotel, especially as they were restricted in their movements. and it would be very difficult for journalists to go anywhere else than that building.
Right, and we see activity on the roof there. Satellite dishes are located up there, and possibly photographers go up there and shoot some pictures. Tell us about that, because there's some confusion over what forces on the ground we're seeing on the roof of that hotel right now.
Well, yes, one would have to really wonder. This hotel had been, as I say, the place where journalists were going to be covering the war from, basically. It took a while for journalists to get permission from the Ministry of Information to be able to bring all their equipment and the gear that comes with live TV coverage to the hotel from the Ministry of Information. But eventually that permission was given, and a lot of satellite dishes were set up on various areas on the roof of that building. So definitely, I mean, I'm not sure what anyone could have seen from a distance, but again, I would imagine that this was a place that it's a very high building, and it kind of sticks out in the center of Baghdad.
Understand.
Carol?
Understand. Reem Brahimi from Amman, Jordan, thanks very much. Let's go back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, thank you. And listening to Reem talk, I mean, clearly the journalist community who knew these people obviously quite shaken from it. If you go back yesterday, the reports of the Spanish journalist and the German photographer also, 2 people killed along with 2 U.S. soldiers in that missile attack just south of Baghdad. It has been a high price for the military, a high price for the Iraqis, and now we know with every day that goes by here, a high price for the journalistic community as well. We're going to hear from CENTCOM, Carol, in about an hour and a half from now. I want to get you down there now to Tom Mantier, who's watching things in Qatar with more. Tom, what are they saying now?
Bill, as you can imagine, this is where the journalists and the military come nose to nose every day, and the questions have been flying in the hallways for the past couple of hours as to what happened at the Palestine Hotel, who fired the round into the building. So far, no firm answers, but I can tell you this. Just a few moments ago on Al Jazeera, an Arabic-speaking State Department employee came into the room and addressed the Al Jazeera audience, saying that Al Jazeera was not deliberately targeted by the coalition forces. Again, an Arab speaker is now on site here and was called upon to appear on Al Jazeera television just a few moments ago. Asked other information, he didn't seem to have any. As he left the briefing room here where he appeared on Al Jazeera, he was taken into another room and the door was closed and we were not able to comment from him. But the State Department obviously very interested in responding quickly on this issue, if not worldwide, at least to the Arab audience here through Al Jazeera. Bill?
Tom, let's talk about other things in Baghdad right now. How much of a read are you getting in terms of progress on behalf of the U.S. right now, let's say in the past 24 hours?
Well, when you talk to certain strategists of what is going on here, we heard in the last 24 hours from the British commander of all British forces in Iraq, calling the strategy that the Americans was using nothing short of brilliant, and say when they write the history books, they will take General Franks's plan and put it on page 1. So I think there is a lot of comment about what's going on and why it's happening. Questions about whether the American troops would indeed stay in the city overnight were not answered here. Apparently some of them did. The fact that on Saturday they made their initial foray in, came back out to the airport, and then returned again. So I think when it comes to strategy, there is of course a lot they're not saying of why these tanks made their way across the bridge, what targets they were going to. They may not say in the briefing here this afternoon. It's quite likely that issues like that will not come up. What will come up was the attack on what was called a target of opportunity last night that took out part of a residential neighborhood with 4 large weapons. Supposedly Saddam Hussein and other members of the Iraqi regime leadership were found by hard intelligence to be at this location. They took this so-called target of opportunity and brought in an airstrike on the building. That question, I'm sure, will be at the top of the agenda, whether it may be what happened to the Palestine Hotel or the Al Jazeera reporter being killed in the airstrike against their facility. There are going to be a lot of hard questions this afternoon at the CENTCOM briefing.
Tom, thanks. We'll carry it live to our viewers again, 7 a.m. Eastern Time here on CNN. Carol?
Thanks, Bill. It is 5:30 Eastern Time right now. We want to bring you up to date with the latest developments at this hour. Parts of central Baghdad erupted into an urban battlefield early today, with U.S. tanks and warplanes taking on a high-rise government building along the Tigris River. One of Al Jazeera television's reporters was killed by an airstrike, and a cameraman for Abu Dhabi television narrowly escaped injury. The Pentagon says U.S. forces, quote, absolutely did not target Al Jazeera. U.S. Marines went into an industrial area in southeast Baghdad looking for a fight, and they got one. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, says it's a sprawling area of warehouses. Marty reports the Marines had the area surrounded and had a detailed plan for rooting out Iraqi fighters who have taken refuge there. A U.S. heavy bomber unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Saddam Hussein, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. There is no confirmation on who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed and 13 wounded. The Pentagon has released video of the fatal blow delivered over the weekend against Iraqi leaders in Basra. The airstrike targeted the home of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid. He is Saddam Hussein's cousin, nicknamed Chemical Ali, the man who allegedly ordered a devastating poison gas attack that killed 5,000 Iraqi Kurds in the north back in 1988. The Arab television station Al Jazeera says one of its journalists was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist, identified as Tariq Ayoub, was carried away from the wreckage in a blanket. Another Al Jazeera journalist was injured in the blast. The Pentagon denies it was targeting Al Jazeera. And we will soon hear from President Bush. He is in Northern Ireland meeting with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The two leaders hope to announce an agreement on the UN's role in a post-war Iraq. Their joint news conference is set to begin about 30 minutes from now at 6 a.m. Eastern. CNN will bring it to you live. And the family of Private First Class Jessica Lynch says she is in high spirits. About 15 minutes ago, they wrapped up a press conference from outside of her hospital room in Germany. They say Jessica has not yet spoken about her ordeal as a POW in Iraq. U.S. forces rescued her in a daring raid last week. Go live to the battlefield right now with the Marines and CNN's Martin Savage. He is now inside Baghdad, as I said. I know the Marines you were with came under attack, but now they're searching, right?
That's right, Carol. Still going through this massive complex of an industrial facility that's located, well, in the southeast suburbs of Baghdad. The Marine 1st Battalion, 7th Marines crossed over into Baghdad outright before the sun came up this morning. No sooner did they get across a bridge and a canal when they came under attack, at least the lead elements did. They were able to return fire, quickly suppress that, and then the Marines began forging into, well, basically what was a giant palm grove there, and the advanced elements came across a whole stash of Iraqi weaponry that was hidden underneath the tree cover there, including anti-aircraft guns and artillery pieces, as well as loads of ammunition. This is sort of demolition work that was done on the fly. The Marines have an objective to reach. They couldn't stay long to try to get rid of this equipment. So what they essentially did was run through the area and toss in incendiary grenades or regular grenades, and that would trigger explosions within the artillery pieces, and then, as you can hear now, the secondary rounds began going off, and it sounded like a whole war breaking out in the middle of that palm grove. Instead, it was just the sound of Iraqi artillery and hardware being destroyed piece by piece by the U.S. Marines. After that, they then moved on, came into this large industrial complex where we are still working, and it was there that they did run into some opposition from Iraqi forces. We're not sure who it is, whether it's paramilitary, or some semblance of the regular military, or perhaps even some of the Republican Guard. It was sporadic fighting. At times it was heavy on the part of the Marines, but that's because anytime they are fired upon, they make sure that they return fire tenfold compared to what they received. There were tanks that were working the objectives here, armored personnel carriers supported by mortar fire, aircraft flying overhead, even occasionally helicopters, so they had plenty on hand to deal with it. And while they were going street to street, warehouse to warehouse, building to building, then they had also set up a very strong perimeter, again with armor and again with infantry on the ground ready to intercept anybody who might have fled. So the fighting there lasted for about an hour or so. Again, it was sporadic. It was not full on all the time. It has died down pretty much now. And what they are doing is going through these warehouses, because there were a number of these buildings that were said to be sensitive in nature, at least that there had been some intelligence that perhaps they were part of an Iraqi weapons program. So the Marines going carefully through all of those buildings now, securing them, and trying to find out exactly what is inside. Carol?
Martin, I was just curious about something. I'm looking at pictures as Marines go through those sensitive buildings, and I noticed they're not wearing chemical suits.
No, they are not. This apparently is not a concern as far as chemical material to be found there. It was interesting that just down the street from this complex, where it appears the Iraqi Republican Guard were dug in, they were not there this morning, obviously, when the troops came in. They did find a large cache of chemical warfare suits, gas masks, rubber boots, rubber gloves, and atropine. Atropine is the antidote that you would inject into yourself if you were exposed to any sort of nerve agent. So large supplies of that on hands for the Iraqi forces. Why they had them were not exactly clear. You could certainly take an educated guess. The Iraqi forces, though, had left their facility and their area had come under what appears to have been a pretty strong air attack. Carol?
Understand. Martin Savage somewhere inside Baghdad with the Marines. Want to head live to the Pentagon right now because it's a question we're asking again this morning. Is Saddam Hussein and his sons dead or alive? Chris, can you bring us up to date?
Well, there is no clear answer to that right now, Carol. We do know that yesterday afternoon, Baghdad time, about 3 p.m. Baghdad time, a major airstrike was launched against a target in a fairly wealthy residential area of Baghdad, just slightly west of the downtown area. And this was based on intelligence that the U.S. had gathered on the possible whereabouts of Saddam Hussein and his two sons, Uday and Qusay. It was believed, based on apparently a variety of intelligence sources, including human intelligence, which is fairly unusual in situations like this. It's not clear where this human intelligence came from, whether it was a source inside the Iraqi regime that had some knowledge of the future whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein and his sons, or whether it was perhaps U.S. Special Operations Forces that had been tracking the movements of these people, but they did track them to the Al-Mansur neighborhood of Baghdad and called in an airstrike. A B-1 bomber was called in for the job. This is a heavy, long-range bomber, carries a massive bomb load. They did drop 4 separate 2,000-pound bombs on this target, and the videotape of the site shows incredible devastation, a massive crater, clearly an enormous amount of explosive power brought to bear on this site. At this point, it's not entirely clear whether Saddam Hussein and his sons were inside the structure at the time, but B-1 bomber and the payload that it can deliver, if anyone was inside the building, it's extremely unlikely that they survived it. And the fact is that it may be very difficult to make a determination as to whether they were inside the building, again, because of the size of the massive explosions involved in this. Now, as you said, this is a residential neighborhood. It's the kind of area that the U.S. and the coalition insists they go to great lengths to avoid striking. So clearly they were confident in this intelligence, confident enough to strike into a residential neighborhood in the hope that decapitation would bring this war to an end much more rapidly. And of course, the last thing that the Allied forces, the coalition forces, want to do is inflict civilian casualties in a residential area deliberately and then find that it was without cause. This is one of these situations that they discuss in military schools and war colleges. What is the trade-off here? If you can bring the war to an end more rapidly by striking this site and sacrificing some civilians, then in the end, in the final analysis, it reduces the number of civilian casualties. Should the war have to go on for another couple of weeks, it also reduces the number of military casualties. So a high level of confidence from senior administration officials that they were there, a risk, and the results are still not in. Carol?
Understand. Chris Plant live from the Pentagon. And in addition, an additional piece of information for you as a result of that bombing. 9 killed on the ground, 13 wounded. Don't know who they are. We're going to take a short break. We'll have much more when we return.
Hey Mom, just wanted to call and tell you I'm in my new house and I have every light in the house on. Oh, and tell Dad I'm air conditioning the entire neighborhood.
Every year, millions of Americans experience the joy of owning their first home. Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and a list of lenders and credit counselors.
What about Paris?
Why not the Caribbean?
How can planning your next trip be even better?
Mexico?
Knowing your trip could be free.
Hawaii!
Yes!
Call now to request the City Advantage World MasterCard, and you can earn free award travel plus get 8,000 bonus miles. And you can use your miles to fly on over 25 top airlines. You'll earn 1 mile for every dollar you spend on everyday purchases and on special purchases too. Call to request your card and 8,000 bonus miles. Plus, now your miles never expire as long as you make a purchase with your card at least once every 3 years. Soon, you'll be on the trip you plan. Use your miles to fly on over 25 top airlines, stay at the finest hotels worldwide, and drive with any major car rental company free. Call now to request your City Advantage World MasterCard and 8,000 bonus miles, and your next trip to almost anywhere could be free.
The power of trust, America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
Every night at 8 Eastern, CNN takes you live from the front lines. Paul Azan and Wolf Blitzer show you the day's events, what happened, when, and what it all means. In just 1 hour, CNN brings it home, live from the front lines, 8 Eastern.
Back here in Kuwait, we want to talk right now what's happening in Basra and also talk about the humanitarian situation at some point once this aid starts to flow. The Brits tell us right now, again, they're in control of most of Basra, but again, there have been these scenes of looting in the town as of yesterday. Hussein al-Shawishtani is a former Iraqi nuclear scientist, now working with the Iraqi Refugee Aid Council. He's our guest here now in Kuwait City. Good to see you again, and thanks for coming back and joining me here. What can you tell us about the looting, about going through these hotels, taking out furniture and carpets, and essentially the people of Basra taking all this stuff home?
Well, there has been a complete breakdown of law and order in the city. The occupation forces in the town have failed to secure security for the people.
Do you think the British military was ready for something like this?
Well, they should have been, because it's their duty under international humanitarian law. Once you occupy a city, you are responsible for the security and safety of the people and their properties. You cannot occupy it and leave it lawless. And that's what's happened in Basra yesterday.
The other day when we talked, I asked you the question as to whether or not after the war is over and so many thousands of Iraqi men, soldiers, have been killed as a result of the fighting, how do you then win the trust of the people to say, we are here to make your lives better? At the time you said it's still possible. You still think so?
Not really, because it's not only the soldiers that have been killed, it's the number of civilians that have been killed, particularly in the religious towns of Karbala, for example, and also in Hilla. So the Iraqi people, I believe, are extremely upset about the level of the civilian casualties.
How do you then change that at some point? And at some point, how long does that take? Can you put your finger on it?
Well, I'm afraid that there hasn't been any serious effort to change that, because we are still seeing the coalition forces failing to provide security and law and order in the occupied towns. And that misunderstanding is really building up. And I think it's really to the detrimental to Iraqis and the coalition forces.
Let me take the reverse of that, just to shed a different light on it. It's not barely 3 weeks into the war.
Yeah.
The war is still ongoing. These things take time, like security, especially in these big cities.
Yes, but they should have planned better for it. They should have had enough resources and people to be in a place as soon as they occupy the towns. At the beginning of the operations, they came to the towns and left them unprotected. Saddam's forces managed to come back and shoot the people. Now that the Saddam loyalists have gone, the thugs have taken over. They are looting everything, and people feel in danger. Their property are not protected. And you cannot occupy a country and keep it like that.
And that was some of the topic that we touched on the other day, too. I want to talk about humanitarian aid. There's a large argument developing right now between the U.S. and the United Nations. In your estimation, who is better suited, in the near term anyway, at delivering humanitarian aid, food, water, medicine, and getting it to the people who need it?
Well, during the operations and immediately for a few days after the operations, the military are the only people on the ground in control of the situation, and they should provide the basic needs, the water, the emergency medicines, and so on. But soon after that, it should be handed over to the UN. They are better qualified, this is their mandate, and the Iraqis will be much more comfortable with NGOs cooperating with the UN agencies on the humanitarian front.
I'm wondering, though, if the security is not in place the way you want it to be and so many others in Iraq,
yes.
Is the military better suited for this because they have the equipment and the protection, at least in the near term anyway?
They should have been, but they have not shown any capacity so far. And I really don't know how much capacity they have to handle humanitarian needs. They have not really proved to anybody yet that they've been able to do it.
Let's talk about right now in the city of Baghdad. It's possible, we do not know, that Saddam Hussein, maybe his two sons, were targeted in this massive bombardment yesterday, this home in the neighborhood known as Mansour. This is a neighborhood you know well because you used to live there.
That's right.
Tell us about it.
Well, this is a kind of upper class neighborhood in the city where most of the professionals were living before Saddam took over. Since then, he has really confiscated a lot of properties or bought them. And most of the Saddam's, Ba'athists, senior Ba'athists, are living there. A lot of the neighborhood have been taken over by government and Ba'ath leadership. As a matter of fact, not very far from the Mansour is the headquarters of the Iraqi intelligence organization.
How
also.
far away?
It's about a couple of kilometers from the center of Mansour.
Do you see it as possible, though? I don't even know if you can say likely. Is it possible the leading members of the Iraqi government, Saddam Hussein, would meet in a neighborhood like Mansour in a home that is described to us there?
Oh yes, I mean they've always been disguising themselves in civilian areas, and it's very, very possible that they will be meeting there. I mean, I cannot confirm if they were at this particular building that was hit recently, but I mean that's quite feasible, yes.
Yeah, do you think also in 1991 it's been reported that Saddam Hussein was driving around the city of Baghdad in a 1979 red Nissan to avoid or to be essentially undercover? Would he repeat something like that now?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Saddam has a number of lookalikes. He sends people on different routes to disguise his movements. I will not be surprised if he's hiding in, somewhere in typical village, if you like, clothes, hiding somewhere near Baghdad. And he could have well been at these other buildings with the senior Baathists and his own sons and cousins and trustees, if you like.
Hussein al-Shahristani. You're going to be going home soon, aren't you?
I hope so.
How long?
Well, I hope to go back within a few days to at least to southern Iraq to deliver humanitarian aids.
Good luck. Be safe, okay? Thanks again. Always good to talk to you. Appreciate it. Here's Carol again now at the CNN Center. Carol?
All right, Bill, thanks very much. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get an update from Northern Ireland on the president's meeting with Tony Blair. We'll be right back.
What happened?
I ordered 200 oxen, but they sent us all these little wiener dogs.
200 dachshund. Were you on a cell phone, sir?
Well, yeah.
Static. Here. Now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up. For clarity you can see and hear.
Thanks. Now this would have helped.
Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
There must be 50 ways the AeroBed saves the day. Like reason 19, you've got the guest room, but no guest bed. Number 3, your guest bed invites your guest to go away. Relax. Just plug in the AeroBed, push the button, and you have a comfortable, adjustable extra bed in less than 1 minute. The new pump is recessed and is 30% more powerful with quadra-coil construction for a smoother surface. It's even adjustable with our exclusive one-touch comfort control. And it can hold up to 650 pounds. Plus, it stores away in seconds. And now you can get the new and improved Aero bed at the same low price.
Call now to get the Aero bed for just 3 easy payments of only $33.
Plus, get this free carry bag and get our 30-night money-back guarantee.
Buy now. That's just 3 payments of $33, or visit a fine retail store near you.
How many ways will you use your Aero bed?
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
You're back.
You bet. At Sonny's Feel Good Barbecue.
$8.49 all-you-can-eat ribs, right?
You bet.
Sonny's slow-smoked barbecue ribs. All the tender, juicy ribs you can eat, only $8.49.
More?
You bet.
No matter how big your appetite.
This ought to do it.
Sonny's all-you-can-eat ribs are only $8.49 with garlic bread, potatoes, and coleslaw. But only $8.49 while they last.
At Sonny's.
Nice ribs.
We're gonna make you feel good.
America loves chicken every which way. You can get fried chicken, chicken pot pie, chicken wings, chicken salad, chicken parmesan, chicken chop suey. Why, you can even get a chicken. But go to a deli and try to get a simple chicken sandwich. Not so easy. Till now. Boar's Head introduces the first chicken made for a sandwich. At last, the sandwich has a chicken it can call its own. Boar's Head, the sandwich chicken.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
5:51 Eastern Time. Welcome back. If you're wondering what the public perception of President Bush is in the midst of this war, we've got some numbers for you. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows 80% of the public views the president as a strong leader. 73% of those polled say he is honest. 70% say he inspires confidence, and 65% of the people polled say he cares about people like you. The survey has a sampling error of plus or minus 3 percentage points. Also, in about 30 minutes, we'll hear what President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair have planned for a post-war Iraq. The two leaders are meeting in Belfast, Northern Ireland now. Our senior White House correspondent John King joins us from Belfast with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Carol. Also likely to hear from the two leaders, the President and Prime Minister Blair, on their assessment of that dramatic strike last night targeting Saddam Hussein and other members of the Iraqi leadership in Baghdad. We are told by U.S. officials that both leaders received a briefing this morning from their national security teams on those strikes last night. U.S. officials tell us Mr. Bush was told it was a direct hit, although he also is being told it is far too early to determine who might have been killed in that strike and whether the Iraqi leader or his sons were there, and if so, whether they survived. Now, here in Belfast, the two leaders have spent most of their time, we are told, looking ahead to post-war Iraq and who would run it and how that would take shape after the shooting and the bombing stops. We are told the leaders in their news conference today will say they have agreed that the United Nations should have a broad role in that effort, including a broad role in the humanitarian aspects and the reconstruction of Iraq. And we are told the two leaders will commit to seeking new United Nations Security Council resolutions blessing a new post-war administration in Iraq. What they will not agree to, though, is for the United Nations to take the lead political role once the shooting stops. The United States, through President Bush, has insisted that since it is shedding the blood on the battlefield, it will take the lead in forming the post-war Iraqi administration. The plan calls for a U.S.-led administration at first, gradually devolve to a new interim Iraqi authority. The two leaders will want United Nations blessing of that new Iraqi authority, but not any United Nations management of the system. The big question now coming out of these talks in Belfast is how does that view of the United Nations role in post-war Iraq fit and sit with many of the countries on the Security Council that opposed this war to begin with? France, Germany, China, and Russia among them. The two leaders also will commit to pushing ahead for Israeli-Palestinian peace process in the near future. And one reason Mr. Bush is here in Belfast, he's trying to give the Prime Minister an assist. Prime Minister Blair trying to restart the stalled Northern Ireland peace process. Carol?
Yeah, something I'm wondering about, too, since this war seemingly is rapidly progressing, is when this administering of Iraq will begin.
Carol, it could begin even before the shooting stops in Baghdad. U.S. officials say there is a team from Washington ready to go into Iraq this week to meet with local leaders inside Iraq to begin to lay the groundwork to get this interim authority up and running. British officials this morning were saying they already have identified some local tribal leaders in the Basra area to perhaps take charge of some local affairs. What the U.S. says is critical is that, yes, Iraqi exiles and expatriates and dissidents will come into the country, return to their country to help with the post-war administration. But for this to be viewed as credible and legitimate, the U.S. and British officials say it is critical that they find Iraqis in the country now, including Iraqis who might have had senior roles in the civil administration under Saddam Hussein, so long as those officials are not tied so closely to the Saddam Hussein regime. Carol?
John King, live from Northern Ireland, and when the press conference begins from Northern Ireland with President Bush and Tony Blair, of course, we'll take that live. Now we want to head back to Kuwait City, and Bill.
Carol, thanks. Want to get quickly to our embeds. Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne Division, Central Iraq, I believe. Ryan, understand you got a bit of a battle on your hands. What's happening?
Absolutely. The only battle, Baghdad is not the only battle being fought right now. Elements of the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade attacking the city of Al-Hawa in central Iraq, just about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Best known, of course, for its role in ancient Babylon. It's home to one of the 7 wonders of the world, the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon here in this city. Now, the 101st this just began, Bill, quite literally about 2 hours ago, and the 101st has been moving both infantry, tanks that have been attached to it, personnel carriers. There have been fixed-wing aircraft, both F-18 fighter jets and A-10 Warthog jets, dropping bombs in the city. Also, a lot of attack helicopters, specifically the Kiowa Warrior attack helicopter. That's the sound of some trucks carrying infantry going by me right now. Now, there's 2 Kiowa Warrior helicopters have already been shot up. They are on their way back to their base. They are apparently going to be okay. Also, U.S. forces here encountering pretty serious resistance from both small arms fire and rocket-propelled grenade fire. Already quite a fight underway here in the city. A lot of artillery. The U.S. using a lot of artillery as well against forces inside. Now, their object of this mission for the 101st Airborne is to seek out and destroy Fedayeen fighters, the so-called paramilitaries by the U.S. military that are still attacking U.S. forces in this area, like we saw in On the Job, like we saw in Karbala. This is in the same link, a link in the same chain. Already, very interestingly, soldiers here, the commanders from the 101st Airborne, are being told by local people that really they are fighting Syrian mercenaries. Now, we cannot confirm that, but the 101st Airborne's leadership is being told that they are facing resistance here, not so much from Iraqi Fedayeen fighters, but from Syrian mercenaries who came here to help President Saddam Hussein. Bill?
Ryan, quickly, was this a surprise, or were they expecting a firefight there in Hilla today?
This was an intentional action. The 101st Airborne intended and is executing a plan to root out Fedayeen in the area. This was not a surprise.
All right, Ryan, thanks. Ryan Chilcote again, central part of Iraq near the town of Hilla. As Ryan pointed out, one of the ancient 7 wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, not too far from his location now. Carol?
All right. Thank you, Bill. You know, all morning long we've been exploring this question, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead? Are his sons alive or dead? And every bit of new information we get, we want to pass along to you. So let's head now to Central Command in Doha, Qatar, and Tom Mintier. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Carol. In about an hour's time, there will be a briefing here at Central Command over the activities of the last 24 hours. One of the major highlights has to be what is called a target of opportunity that was taken last night in Baghdad. Possibly Saddam Hussein and members of his family, members of the regime. An airstrike called into the center of Baghdad. 4 large bombs dropped from coalition aircraft, hitting a large building there. Joining us now, Captain Frank Thorpe, the Public Affairs Officer for CENTCOM. Supposedly hard intelligence, human intelligence, information that Saddam Hussein was in this building when the airstrike was called in.
Tom, we had information there was a meeting going on of regime leadership, key leaders of the regime at this facility in the Al-Mansour neighborhood of Baghdad. And we have aircraft flying over the city, on-call aircraft, if you will, who are available for short notice tasking, and that's what happened in this case. In this case, it was a B-1 called in to strike at this leadership meeting.
Can you tell us if Saddam Hussein was believed to be in the building?
We don't yet have results of what happened in the meeting, what was actually there. We're continuing to do that analysis via various means. That's a part of the city that we do not yet have forces in, so we'll continue to look at the situation.
I'm sure that forensic investigations are going to be conducted. Do you control the area where the bombs were dropped now?
Not yet. The troops that went in yesterday into the heart of Baghdad remained there overnight and are still there, continuing to move. Troops are moving around the city and into the city as we speak. It's an extremely dynamic situation right now.
Let's talk about what people saw on television this morning. They saw an A-10 flying low over the city. They saw 2 tanks come out onto a bridge, moving across the Tigris River. They saw airstrikes being called in, and learned later that an Al Jazeera reporter was killed, that an Abu Dhabi position was fired upon, Palestine Hotel was fired upon. There seems to be a feeling, especially in this building, that journalists are being targeted.
Well, as you know, we don't target journalists, but we will continue to target Iraqi military forces. We're not seeing any organized resistance, but we're seeing small pockets of resistance come up, sometimes fairly fierce, in several different directions around our forces. And as soon as we see those, we engage those forces and eliminate them.
So journalists' positions were not targeted, but you are receiving fire from buildings as you move through the city.
That's exactly right. We have received fire from various different directions throughout the city.
Also, you lost an aircraft this morning at the Baghdad International Airport. An A-10 went down.
We did. In the area of the airport there, an A-10 went down. Don't know yet what the cause of that is, whether it was hostile fire or engine failure or whatever, but very glad to hear that the pilot was able to eject, and he has been recovered and is back in safe hands at this time.
All right, Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you very much. Again, in less than an hour now, there will be a briefing here at CENTCOM headquarters in Doha, where a lot of questions are going to be asked, not only about the attack on the building that was called a target of opportunity, where Saddam Hussein and other senior leadership figures may have been holding a meeting, but the activities of the last few hours in downtown Baghdad. Carol, back to you.
I understand. Tom and Tier live from CENTCOM, and an update now on the Palestine Hotel that you heard Tom and Captain Lockwood talking about. Our Walter Rogers, who was with Army units on the ground in Baghdad, says a U.S. tank did open fire on the Palestine Hotel, believing there were snipers on top of the building. You heard Tom say that some sort of explosion occurred at the Palestine Hotel on the 15th floor. We understand that 5 Reuters reporters are injured. We don't know about any deaths. We cannot confirm any right now. But a number of international correspondents are inside that hotel, including some American correspondents. In fact, that's where Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi were for a very long time before both were expelled from Baghdad. We'll have more on this when we continue, but now back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
Carol, thanks. And quickly to Art Harris by way of telephone, popping up in central Iraq, 2nd Marines Light Armor Reconnaissance. And Art, I understand you've been working your way through the town with the Marines today. Local reaction there is what from the Iraqis?
Bill, we are on the banks of the old Tigris River here, rolled into town, the Light Armored Reconnaissance, the 2nd Marines, looking for trouble, holding their breath, possible Fedayeen suspected here, and encountered a dramatic sandstorm and a dramatic reception of townspeople pouring out to welcome the Marines. They were chanting, "Bush, Bush, Bush," clapping, yelling. I waded across the bridge, and people just swarmed around me. They ripped up dinar bills with Saddam Hussein's face on it. They slit their throat saying Saddam bad, Bush good, and they just seemed ebullient. I have not seen this kind of reception, nor have the Marines I'm with seen this kind of reception for them in the last few weeks. It is overwhelmingly pro-American, pro-U.S., pro-coalition forces. They say they feel freer in recent days through translators. The mayor came up to me and introduced himself, wants me to come into the town and see it. The Marines are holding their breath a little bit because they don't know what's beyond the barriers, beyond the cheering crowds. They want to check out some military compounds here before they rule it a totally friendly zone, but it sure does appear that way, Bill.
Yeah, Art, I'm assuming here, and correct me if my assumption's wrong, I'm assuming because you're south of Baghdad, The majority of the Iraqis you're coming across are Shia. We know their history with Saddam Hussein has not been a good one. Have you come across many Sunnis, and how have they responded, if that answer even applies to you there?
Yeah, a couple of days ago, Bill, more of an even-handed, leery, reserved reception for these Marines. A very well-off landowner invited the commander and his light armored vehicles onto his property briefly, gave them cold drinks, and said, though he did not want them parked on the property, they might scare the farmers, and he did not know what the aftermath might be in terms of retribution should Saddam Hussein survive. And so, they are hedging their bets in some places, but the further south, and it's especially in the case of this village, when I see a TV tower, I see a tall, a very large water tower over the town. It's not small, it's not large, but it is not insignificant, and the reception is certainly not insignificant, Bill. I had a man come up to me pointing at pockmarks on his face and saying, Saddam Hussein, BLOG, meaning biological weapons. So the people here are certainly happy to see the U.S. Marines. Bill?
Yeah, Art, I want to talk a bit more. You mentioned the water tower there in Qasa in the southeast. We're told a water shortage is there despite this huge water pipeline that had been installed by the British about a week, 10 days ago. What's the conditions there in your location? Food, water, supplies, or what now?
Well, the 200 to 300 people on the bridge do not seem to be as hungry and thirsty by any means as the people we've encountered on the roads and in the farmlands in the interior. Bill, this is right on the alluvial plain of the Tigris River, where much of the farming agriculture seems not much changed since biblical times. And the grass and the wheat and the rice is growing, and they seem to be subsisting as they have fairly well for many, many years. They're not begging, as emotionally as the other places. They're not saying water, food. They just are saying, we're glad you're here. So the conditions seem to be a little better where the main rivers flow. Otherwise, Bill, it is a land that could use an injection, certainly, of food, water, and compassion. Back to you.
Art, quickly here, one more question for you, if you could, for a second. How aware are the people you've spoken to about what's happening in Baghdad, if at all?
They are somewhat aware, but it depends on the level of education. A white Mercedes was stopped by the Marines a day and a half ago on the main highway about 60 miles south of Baghdad, where we were that day. A man got out, and I asked him through a translator what he was listening to for his news.
All right, Art, I apologize about the interruption. I really wanted the answer. The British Prime Minister and the U.S. President now speaking in Belfast.
Join with me and later today with the Irish Taoiseach in urging the parties to take the final steps towards a lasting peace here in Northern Ireland. It's also perhaps fitting that here in Northern Ireland, a good part of our discussion focused on the Middle East. It's not so many years ago that it would have been said that the peace process here was in far worse shape than the process out in the Middle East. Yet here we are, for all the difficulties in Northern Ireland, able to point back to real improvements in the security and the standard of living of people here, and to point forward to turning progress into lasting change, lasting security and lasting peace, which is what people want to see here. And we've made that progress because of patience and perseverance, and because friends like those in the United States of America have helped us get there. So, to those who can sometimes say that the process in the Middle East is hopeless, I say we can look at Northern Ireland and take some hope from that. I want to thank the President also for the impetus he has given to the two-state solution in the Middle East that he outlined last June, a secure Israel and a viable Palestinian state, and for his decision that the roadmap be published, which, as you know, depends upon the foundation of Abu Mazen's cabinet. Of course, our discussions have naturally continued to focus upon Iraq, upon the continuing military campaign, where once again our forces have performed superbly, and I want to pay tribute to the US, UK and other coalition forces. In all parts of the country, Our power is strengthening, the regime is weakening, the Iraqi people are turning towards us. I'd like to pay tribute to the professionalism and the compassion that they continue to show, and to express my condolences to the families of those that have lost their lives in this conflict, and most recently the 3 brave soldiers who lost their lives fighting to liberate Basra. I think anyone who has seen the joy on the faces of people in Basra as they realize that the regime that they detest is finally collapsing knows very well that this was indeed a war of liberation and not of conquest. On weapons of mass destruction, we know that the regime has them. We know that as the regime collapses, we will be led to them. We pledged to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, and we will keep that commitment. On Saddam, his grip on power is being prized away. He is ruled by fear. But as the knowledge sinks in that we will get the job done, the people realize there's not going to be a repeat of 1991. There's not going to be a repeat of the past. The power of Saddam is ending. And our enemy in this conflict has always been Saddam and his regime, not the Iraqi people. We are the friends of the Iraqi people. So much of our discussion today has focused on how we continue to get vital supplies of food, water, and medicines to them, and how we help the process of transition to the day when Iraq is governed by the Iraqi people for the Iraqi people. As we've said, our forces will not stay in Iraq a day longer than is necessary. We will take on the legal and moral obligations that will fall to us as the forces on the ground to stabilize the country, to keep basic services going, to protect civilian life. Then we will help Iraq move as swiftly as possible to an interim authority run by Iraqis, and that in turn is designed to pave the way for a truly representative government which respects human rights and the rule of law, which spends Iraq's wealth not on palaces and weapons of mass destruction, but on the well-being, prosperity of the people of Iraq. And this new Iraq that will emerge is not to be run either by us or indeed by the UN. That is a false choice. It will be run by the Iraqi people. All of us will do what we can to help in that process of transition. We are, of course, agreed, as we say in our joint statement, that there will be a vital role for the United Nations in the reconstruction of Iraq. But the key is that Iraq, in the end, should be governed by the Iraqi people. Once again, let me thank President Bush for coming here. Let me say, as well as our own pride in our own forces during the course of this conflict, we have watched with immense admiration the skill and tenacity and professionalism of the American forces. This is a strong alliance. We're strong allies. And I think day by day, the proof of the wisdom of that alliance grows. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. It's an honor to be with you again. It's really pleased to be here in Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister is a man of his word. He is a man of great ability, deep conviction, and steady courage. He has my admiration, and he has the admiration of the American people. Our two countries are joined in large tasks because we share fundamental convictions. We believe that free nations have the responsibility to confront terrorism. We believe free nations must oppose the spread of weapons of mass destruction. And we believe that free nations must advance human rights and dignity across the world. We believe that the just demands of the international community must be enforced, not ignored. We believe this so strongly that we are acting on our convictions. America and Britain have been partners in Afghanistan, where a terrorist regime has been replaced by a government committed to justice and to peace. At this moment, our military forces are fighting side by side in Iraq to defend our security and to free that nation from oppression. Our governments are working to help bring about a settlement in the Middle East that protects the rights of Israelis and Palestinians, that promotes the peace, that promotes security, that promotes human dignity. In Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister and I are committed to helping the parties take the final steps toward a lasting peace. Later this week, Prime Minister Blair and the Taoiseach will release a plan setting out the remaining actions that must be taken to realize the promise of the Good Friday Agreement. I support, and my government strongly supports, their efforts. In a meeting this afternoon, I will urge Northern Ireland's political leaders to adopt this plan as their own. This is an historic moment. And I ask all the communities of Northern Ireland to seize this opportunity for peace. Prime Minister Blair and I are also reviewing the course of the battle in Iraq. We're spending a lot of time talking about that country's future beyond war and beyond tyranny. As the Prime Minister mentioned, our armed services are conducting themselves with great courage and at the same time great humanity. I'm proud of our forces. I'm proud of the British forces. We're both proud of the Australian forces. We share sacrifices. We share grief. We pray for those families who mourn the loss of life. American families, British families. As this war has progressed, the world has witnessed the brutal desperation, the true character of the Iraqi regime. The world is also witnessing the liberation and humanitarian aid our coalition is bringing to that country as a new day begins in Iraq. In fighting this war, we're taking every precaution to protect innocent life. We're showing respect for the Iraqi people, respect for their culture. There will be difficult fighting ahead, yet the outcome is not in doubt. Iraq will be free. After the current regime is removed, our coalition will work to restore electricity and water supplies, medical care, and other essential services in Iraq. We will move as quickly as possible to place governmental responsibilities under the control of an interim authority composed of Iraqis from both inside and outside the country. The interim authority will serve until a permanent government can be chosen by the Iraqi people. Rebuilding of Iraq will require the support and expertise of the international community. We're committed to working with international institutions, including the United Nations, which will have a vital role to play in this task. This work, when the war is finished, will not be easy, but we're going to see it through. A free Iraq will be ruled by laws, not by a dictator. A free Iraq will be peaceful and not a friend to terrorists or a menace to its neighbors. A free Iraq will give up all its weapons of mass destruction. A free Iraq will set itself on the path to democracy. The end of Saddam's regime will also remove a source of violence and instability in the Middle East. Prime Minister Blair and I are determined to move toward our vision of broader peace in that region. We're committed to implementing the roadmap toward peace, to bring closer the day when two states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace and stability. Peace in the Middle East will require overcoming deep divisions of history and religion. Yet we know this is possible. It is happening in Northern Ireland. You're proving that old patterns of bitterness and violence, the habits of hatred and retribution, can be broken when one generation makes the choice to break those habits. And now this process of healing must be carried forward. The United States and the United Kingdom accept our responsibilities. We accept our responsibilities for peace. We accept our responsibilities for security. Across the world, we are meeting these responsibilities together. America has no finer ally than the United Kingdom, and no finer friend than the Prime Minister. And I'm grateful for his leadership in these crucial days. Right. Adam.
Mr. President, welcome to Northern Ireland. I wonder if I could ask you how you feel about meeting the leaders of the Republican movement, bearing in mind that unlike Saddam Hussein, they have directly targeted British civilians, British politicians, members of the British military and the police, and also, of course, that they oppose the war. So you're welcoming Gerry Adams, apparently, and yet you're not going to see someone like the Democratic Unionists, who are a constitutional party opposed to terrorism.
Right. This isn't my first time I've met Mr. Adams or any of the other parties who have committed to the Good Friday Agreement. Matter of fact, I welcomed him to the Oval Office around St. Patrick's Day of this year and last year and the year before. I am honored to have been asked to be here to help move the process along. These are men who have committed to an agreement that the Prime Minister and the Taoiseach worked a long time to achieve. They've signed on to a process that will yield peace. They have agreed to put hatreds in the past. They've agreed to say the history is just that, history, and they look forward to a future in which young generations of Northern Irelanders can grow up in peace. That's what they've committed themselves to. And as a result of making that commitment, I am perfectly comfortable about urging them to see the process through. There is such hope here in Northern Ireland that the past can be broken. And the Prime Minister's right when he says that when the peace process is successful here, it'll send a really important signal to other parts of the world. It'll confirm the fact that people who have a vision for peace can see that vision to become a reality. It's the same vision we need to have in the Middle East. It's a hopeful time in the Middle East as far as I'm concerned. I believe we can make substantial progress. I'm pleased with the new leader of the Palestinian Authority. I look forward to him finally putting his cabinet in place so we can release the roadmap. I believe peace is possible. Being here in Northern Ireland even makes me even more firm in my belief that peace is possible. I've talked at length with the Prime Minister about how hard he had to work to bring the process this far. I'm willing to spend the same amount of energy in the Middle East. And so I hope these leaders hear me when I say that achieve the agreement, because it'll have an effect beyond Northern Ireland. And I think it will. Yeah, Ron.
How reliable was the intelligence that put Saddam Hussein at the site of last night's attack?
Yeah.
Did he survive? And given the incursions in Baghdad recently, is the war nearly over?
You know, I don't know whether he survived. The only thing I know is he's losing power. I know that because of the Royal Marines in Basra worked so hard, that the people of Basra are beginning to understand that a couple of things. One, when we said we would come and stay to achieve their liberty, we meant it. That in Basra, for example, the presence of the Royal Marines is providing enough comfort for people to begin to express their own opinions. They're beginning to realize freedom is real. These are people in the south of Iraq that had been betrayed, tortured, had been told they were going to be free, took a risk in the past, and then were absolutely hammered by the Iraqi regime. They were skeptical, they were cynical, they were doubtful. Now they believe, they begin to understand we're real and true. And it's happening elsewhere. Freedom is spreading south to north. And so the only thing I can tell you is that that grip I used to describe that Saddam had around the throats of the Iraqi people are loosening. I can't tell you if all 10 fingers are off the throat, but finger by finger is coming off. And the people are beginning to realize that. It's important for the Iraqi people to continue to hear this message. We will not stop until they are free. Saddam Hussein will be gone. It might have been yesterday. I don't know. But he'll be gone. And they just need to know that. Because we're not leaving. And not only that, they need to hear the message that we're not leaving after he's gone until they are ready to run their own government. I hear a lot of talk here about how, we're going to impose this leader or that leader. Forget it. From day one, we have said the Iraqi people are capable of running their own country. That's what we believe. The position of the United States of America is the Iraqis are plenty capable of running Iraq. And that's precisely what is going to happen.
Andy.
Andrew Marr, BBC News. Picking up, if I could, just on that last point for both of you. Have you agreed whether the United Nations will have any role in selecting the interim Iraqi authority, or will that be entirely for the coalition?
Yes, I mean, when we say vital role for the United Nations, we mean vital role for the United Nations in all aspects of the issue, whether it be humanitarian aid or whether it be helping to stand up a interim authority. The Iraqi people will decide who's on the interim authority. The interim authority is a transition quasi-government until the real government shows up, until the conditions are right for the people to elect their own leadership. And the United Nations will have a vital role. When we say vital role, that's precisely what we mean. That they will be involved, along with the coalition, in helping to stand up an interim authority. But the Iraqi people are responsible for who's on that authority. And Tony can describe what's happening in Basra. He might describe some of the meetings that are taking place as leadership begins to emerge. It is a cynical world that says it's impossible for the Iraqis to run themselves. It is a cynical world which condemns Iraq to failure. We refuse to accept that. We believe that the Iraqi people are capable, talented, and will be successful in running their own government.
Absolutely. I agree with all that, as you would expect. And can I just make this further point to you? The one thing that is interesting is that as people in Iraq realize that Saddam and his regime are going, as they realize that, they are coming out. And it's not that they're welcoming us because they're welcoming foreign troops. They're welcoming the fact of their liberation from a regime. The more we know about it, the more brutal, repressive, tyrannical we see its character. And therefore, these people, given a chance, already now they're in discussion with our people inside Basra, people coming forward, people talking about those who've got support within the local community. Iraq, it's not just that it's right that Iraq is run by Iraqi people. They want the chance to run their own country. They haven't wanted to be under the yoke of tyranny for all these decades. The reason you had this incredibly tyrannical, repressive security apparatus was in order to suppress the proper feelings of the people there. Now, of course, we're going to work with everyone. We'll work with the UN, we'll work with everyone in order to bring this about. But if I can just make this point to everyone, the important thing is not to get into some battle about, words of the precise role here or there, but let's all work together internationally, the coalition forces, the international community together, to do what we really should be doing, which is making sure that that will of the Iraqi people is properly expressed in institutions that in the end they own, not any outside power or authority. And I think if we keep that vision in our minds, then we'll get this right. And rather than having a sort of, endless diplomatic wrangles over it, let's all just agree that the basic things that the Iraqi people want is they want to have a country where they are able to exploit their own wealth for their own prosperity, where they have basic protection of human rights, and where they have a government genuinely representative of Iraqi people, of the full diversity of Iraqi people. And I think what the president's just said there is so true that, you know, I can't tell you how many times people have said to me in these situations, well, you know, the outside world doesn't really understand. Somehow these people who are living under these types of tyrannies, really, that's the way they live. It's not the way they want to live. It's the way they're forced to live. Give them a chance to live freely, and they will live freely. Steve.
What exactly is the vital role for the UN that you both mentioned? How do you explain what is a vital role? And are we going to see the same UN debate over post-war Iraq that we saw before the war?
Yeah. Well, I view a vital role as a agent to help people live freely. That's a vital role. And that means food. That means medicine. That means aid. That means a place where people can give their contributions. That means suggesting people for the IIA. That means being a party to the progress being made in Iraq. That's what that means. And I want to thank Kofi Annan for naming a personal representative to the process yesterday. It is a positive step. We have said all along there needs to be a role for the United Nations. We said so in the Azores. We will keep repeating it. And evidently there's some skepticism here in Europe about whether or not I mean what I say. Saddam Hussein clearly now knows I mean what I say. And when, you know, we and people in Iraq will know we mean what we say when we talk about freedom. And a vital role for the United Nations means a vital role for the United Nations.
Absolutely. And there is no reason whatever why we need to go back into the wrangles we had over, you know, the so-called second resolution. If people keep in mind the key objective, which is the well-being of the Iraqi people, you know, whatever is the past, but this country is in the process of being liberated. If they keep in mind the well-being of the Iraqi people, then I think we all then share a responsibility to make that objective be fulfilled in terms of what the Iraqi people want, in terms of their democratic rights, in terms of their prosperity, in terms of their freedom. And with goodwill and common sense, I'm sure it can be done.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Good job.
There you have it from Northern Ireland and Belfast, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair and U.S. President George Bush meeting there with reporters for about 25 minutes in length, saying repeatedly there will be a vital role in the future of Iraq for the United Nations, which continues to be a discussion not only in Belfast but also in London, back in New York as well at the UN headquarters. But even more critical, it appears right now, is this airstrike yesterday, midday Baghdad time, this residential neighborhood in Iraq, and 4 giant satellite-guided bombs hitting one building there. And there are indications possibly that leading members of the Iraqi government were present at the time, maybe Saddam Hussein, maybe his 2 sons, but we do not have a clear picture right now as to what the results or the outcome of that was. When asked about that, President Bush saying, I don't know. It might have been yesterday whether or not Saddam Hussein was killed, but he will be gone eventually. We want to get to John King in Belfast, where there is not only the issue of Iraq, certainly, but the talk about Northern Ireland and also the Middle East peace process. But John, let's keep it on Iraq at this point right now. Is it your feeling right now, and talking with your sources within the White House and others, that Tony Blair and George Bush right now feel a sort of vindication, knowing that this war is almost 3 weeks old and the naysayers of 2 weeks ago have pretty much faded into the background?
Behind the scenes, a sense of vindication. Yes, Bill, excuse the breeze here in Belfast. Behind the scenes, a sense of vindication. Publicly, though, both leaders staying clear of any gloating because they know there will be difficult battles ahead, both speaking of the sacrifices paid by U.S. and British forces during the military action so far. So behind the scenes, yes, they believe the skeptics of the battle plan have been proven wrong, and profoundly so, but they also know there is tough work ahead. Quite colorful language from the president on that question as to whether Saddam Hussein might have been killed in that strike last night. Mr. Bush often uses his hands to say that Saddam is holding a grip on the throat of the Iraqi people. The president saying that he did not know whether on this day all 10 fingers had been removed by Saddam Hussein being killed in that strike, but he did say finger by finger Saddam's grip on power and his grip on the Iraqi people was loosening. Both leaders also trying to move past this political controversy over what role the United Nations should play. Mr. Bush essentially saying there should be no turf battle about who calls the shots. Everyone should work together, get an interim Iraqi authority made up of Iraqis in place, and then transition that to a representative government. The administration holding firm and going against the will of many other European nations, saying the United Nations should be involved, but largely in a supportive and a consultative way, that the United Nations should not manage post-war Iraq. Bill?
John, also, why is it so critical right now, have these parallel tracks? You would think these men would come out and focus exclusively on Iraq. Why is it, though, they're still trying to put forward the Middle East peace process right now at the same time? Again, as I mentioned, parallel tracks.
Well, Bill, as you sit in Kuwait City, you are watching more Arab television than viewers here in Europe and viewers at home in the United States would see. And there is a great deal of skepticism throughout the Arab world about why this war to begin with. What are the U.S. motives in the region when this war is over? Mr. Bush, under pressure from Mr. Blair, and both leaders committing to proving, they say proving, that they are committed to being even-handed across the Middle East. So Mr. Blair has put pressure on Mr. Bush to answer the Arab street, if you will. You see all these protests. You see the coverage in the Arab world. Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair saying, yes, they are going to have this war in Iraq, but immediately afterwards, they are going to prove that they are committed to helping the Palestinians, helping Arabs as well, by putting pressure on the Israeli government and making demands of the new Palestinian Prime Minister to try to get the Israelis and the Palestinians back to the peace process. So, in a sense, trying to prove that their motives are good in the war in Iraq by saying that they are committed to peace across the Middle East. That will be the next challenge, of course, and it could be coming just a few weeks from now, even as the post-war era in Iraq unfolds.
John, thanks. Our senior White House correspondent traveling with the president there in Belfast, Northern Ireland. John will be in touch a bit later today. In the meantime, though, the ultimate question out there is what became of this bombing strike yesterday, midday Baghdad time, in this exclusive residential neighborhood in Baghdad. Is Saddam Hussein alive as of this point now, or was he killed yesterday? No clear indication one way or the other, but perhaps CENTCOM will have an answer, but certainly questions anyway at their briefing, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes from now. We'll take you there when that gets underway. Quick break right here. Back with more here in Kuwait, and Carol also at the CNN Center. Back in a moment.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
In a sea of sameness, how do you pick a financial advisor who's right for you? Do you want one who works for the biggest company or the smallest? Do you want one with the most impressive office or the most elaborate website? Or do you simply want one who listens to you like you are the only investor in the world? Raymond James, you first.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2-CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
6:39 Eastern Time. I'm Carol Costello. Before you leave for work, we want to bring you up to date on the latest developments at this hour. A U.S. heavy bomber unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Saddam Hussein, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. No confirmation of who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed, 13 wounded. Here, the gunfire. Iraqi government buildings along the Tigris River were hit hard today from both air and land. U.S. tanks fired from a bridge over the river, while U.S. warplanes struck repeatedly from the air. The targets were in and around one of the many presidential palaces in the city. Central Command in Doha, Qatar, says a U.S. A-10 Warthog attack jet crashed today near the Baghdad airport. That facility is now under coalition control. Not certain if it was the same A-10 involved in numerous attacks today over Baghdad. Central Command says the pilot managed to eject safely, and he was picked up by coalition ground forces. U.S. Marines have now moved in force into southeastern Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage confirms they have crossed into the Baghdad city limits. The Marines have been battling Iraqi fighters in a warehouse area and conducting demolition of abandoned Iraqi weapons and ammunition as they find them. Now, the war in Iraq has claimed the life of another journalist in Baghdad. Al Jazeera TV says reporter Tariq Ayoub was killed in an airstrike that hit a building housing Arab news organizations. Ayoub had also worked as a freelance producer for CNN in Jordan up until about several weeks ago. The Pentagon denies Al Jazeera was deliberately targeted in the strike. And before the airstrikes today, a number of Iraqi rockets were launched from that presidential site along the Tigris. A rocket yesterday killed 2 U.S. soldiers and 2 reporters at a 3rd Infantry Tactical Center. U.S. Marines in southeastern Baghdad have found several abandoned wooden carts full of Iraqi gas masks and chemical suits. CNN's Martin Savage says the Marines also found a box of atropine injectors. Those are used to protect against chemical or biological weapons.
I'm Bill Hemmer, back here live in Kuwait City yet again. I want to give you an idea of how the U.S. military right now is moving on the ground in Baghdad. The Marines are advancing, we're told, into the city from the southeast, much like the situation yesterday. Soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division, 3rd Infantry as well, have moved into Baghdad from the southwest and the western part of the city. We're also told troops have surrounded Baghdad. This goes back about 48 hours ago. And also elements of the 3rd ID have moved into the heart of the city yet again today in a presidential palace. Sources telling CNN's Nick Robertson earlier that is where some intense fighting is taking place today. We also understand a number of U.S. troops also spent the night in their tanks, in their Bradley fighting vehicles in the center part of Baghdad. Quick check of some battle scenes for you. Coalition warplanes targeting Iraqi government buildings, enemy forces throughout the city, and U.S. military sources telling CNN's Walter Rogers that U.S. tanks did fire on the Palestine Hotel in response to sniper fire coming from that hotel. This is an area where a number of international journalists have been staying now for months. At least 5 journalists were taken to a local hospital after suffering injuries as a result of that. In the air, the skies above Baghdad, A-10 Warthog planes still on the move there. One A-10 has also gone down near the Baghdad International Airport west of the city. We're told the pilot got out, ejected safely, and was picked up later by coalition forces on the ground there. Southeastern Baghdad quickly. U.S. Marines have destroyed abandoned Iraqi military equipment. They have also found a large stash of Iraqi chemical suits, we're told, gas masks, and atropine. Carol?
We're going to talk more about that later, Bill, but first let's bring you up to date on casualties. U.S. and British authorities say a total of 122 coalition troops have been killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom, 91 of them Americans. The Pentagon says 75 U.S. troops were killed in combat, 16 died in non-combat situations, 8 U.S. troops are listed as missing in action, 7 are being held prisoners of war. The British have lost a total of 31 troops. 9 of them were killed in combat, 20 in non-combat situations, and 2 British troop deaths are listed as undetermined. The Iraqi government has not released casualty figures. It still lists 420 civilians killed, 4,000 civilians injured, 7,000 Iraqi prisoners of war, The Iraqi government, as I said, has not released information on military losses in quite some time. Well, let's head out to the field now and check in with Martin Savage. He's with the Marines. He's embedded with the Marines, and they have had a tough fight getting into Baghdad, but they're there now, and they're still searching through an industrial site. Bring us up to date, Martin.
Hello, Carol. Yes, the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines crossed over officially into the city of Baghdad before the sun came up this morning, crossing over a pontoon bridge that had been set up by Marine engineers because the Iraqi bridge had been partially destroyed by the Iraqis. As they came across the bridge, and once they got into Baghdad outright, they came under attack. This was skirmishing, basically, that took place, sniping that was being fired upon the advance lead of that column. They returned fire, and apparently whoever was firing either ran away or was destroyed. It was then that the Marine infantry began to fan out into an area, a large glade, you could call it, of palm trees, and inside there they found weapon after weapon, heavy artillery that belonged to the Iraqi military. These included anti-aircraft guns, as also artillery pieces, and lots of ammunition. The Marines went about the job, fast work of trying to destroy that weaponry. They want to make sure that it's not used again. They also want to make sure it's not used against them, should someone manage to get in behind them and grab that. So they used both hand grenades, and they also used incendiary grenades. It looks rather haphazard, but what they do is they run up there, place the charge, and then run away in a hurry. And then you get the explosions that follow, not only of the initial blast, but then you get a lot of the ammunition that was used by those weapons going off and firing, and so it creates quite a hazardous scene. They had to do this on the run because that wasn't their primary objective. That was just something they found, had to get rid of. Primary objective was now in this industrial district where they have been throughout the morning hours. It's a huge complex that runs across many, many acres, factories, warehouses, industrial sites. It is all here, everything from a cigarette factory, a bottling company, to a brewery. But on top of that, there were also warehouses that were thought to perhaps have sensitive items pertaining to the Iraqi weapons program. Not exactly clear what sort of sensitive material they may have been looking for. They've been going through the warehouses, apparently haven't found anything really significant, but then they are Marines and not scientists, so the scientists will be coming later to investigate. They did have firefights inside of that industrial complex as well. Again, nothing severe. They were supported by tanks, armored personnel, carriers, and infantry. It is quiet now. Here, Carol.
And Martin, you've said they found chemical suits in that industrial complex. I was just curious about them. Like, where were they made? Did they look as if they were hastily abandoned by someone?
That was actually found right outside this whole industrial complex at what appears to have been a site belonging to the Republican Guard. That was noted by the uniforms that were left behind there. They found large caches of chemical weapons suits. These would be the full-body suit, then of course the rubber gloves, the rubber boots, gas masks, the canisters, and in addition to those, which were packed away in crates, they also found the atropine pens. Atropine is an antidote that is often administered if you have been exposed to nerve agent. So it clearly looks as if the Iraqi forces there were prepared. However, they left it all behind. Apparently there were airstrikes that came in, or artillery that hit their unit, or hit their spot rather. And as a result of that, they were either destroyed or fled. If they fled, they didn't take the gear with them, Carol.
Yeah, I know you said this industrial complex pretty much deserted, except for those few that the Marines came across. But I was wondering about civilians, and if there were any civilians around where you are.
There are civilians. This is obviously a place of work, and it is a work day. And there were a number of civilians that were brought together for their own protection. Women and children were escorted out of the area here, if there were some, and there were columns of them leaving when the engagement began. As for the men workers, they were taken to a safer area and allowed to remain until it was determined if they will be able to get back to work. I don't think that's going to be happening today. But there were civilians that were at work in this area, and the Marines were trying to look after their welfare as best they could, while also under attack at the same time. Carol.
All right, Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, reporting live from somewhere inside Baghdad. Now let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, listen, we're still waiting for CENTCOM, a brief in about 10 minutes. Clearly the question of the day yet again is what happened and who was inside that building bombed in that residential neighborhood in Baghdad yesterday afternoon. Was it Saddam Hussein? Was it him and his two sons? Perhaps we will not get a clear answer from CENTCOM, but there will be a number of questions. You can bet on that, and maybe perhaps there will be some sort of bombage damage assessment that's handed out by the U.S. military when that gets underway. In the meantime, Marty Savage is on the east of Baghdad. Lisa Rose Weaver is on the west side of Baghdad, as of yesterday anyway. Lisa's back with us live on the telephone to tell us what's happening there today. Good afternoon.
Well, Bill, at this point, artillery and mortar rounds that I could hear from my position are very sporadic. This is in great contrast, of course, to 8 or 10 hours ago when there was heavy bombing and artillery going on in central Baghdad. It's quiet now. A short while ago, I actually took a tour of one part of Baghdad International Airport, and there spoke to troops who told me that in the course of the last few days, the fighting has moved away from them, north toward the city, away from the airport. From that vantage point, there was sometimes quite sustained artillery that I could hear, but it was quite some distance from where I was. Now back with the air defense unit with which I'm embedded, it's very quiet since the Patriot missile battery has been here now going into its second day. It's had no reason to shoot down Scuds or short-range missiles, which it's designed to intercept. Troops here just putting up tents and digging in for what will probably be several weeks, possibly months, for air defense units in the area around Baghdad. Bill?
Lisa, can you tell us how often has those Patriots been used with the unit you're traveling with since you entered Iraq weeks ago? Can you tell us that?
Well, the unit that I was embedded with initially, Echo Battery, used them once. And unfortunately, they shot down, by accident obviously, an Air Force jet. The problem being, as far as anybody could tell at the time, a computer glitch making it impossible for the radar system to differentiate aircraft from short-term missiles. They tend to look similar on the radar screen. An incident that happened about a week before that was sort of the reverse. I was with Echo Battery when it was hit by a Navy radar-seeking missile, which fortunately didn't really hit the radar system straight on, but kind of glanced off at the last minute so that nobody was injured. Other batteries have been used to intercept Scuds in Iraq, but the majority in this war have been used to intercept Scuds missiles headed for Kuwait. Bill?
Lisa, thanks. Lisa Rose Weaver, embedded west of the airport. Did not want to violate any of the rules you're operating from, Lisa, but I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Carol again at CNN Center.
All right, thanks a lot, Bill. You know, there has been resistance as coalition troops entered Baghdad, but there has been no show of force in the air by the Iraqis. It brings us to the question, what do the Iraqis have to fight with? Chris Plant is live at the Pentagon to tell us more. Good morning.
Hi, Carol. Well, we just got a sort of a mini briefing here in the Pentagon, and at this point there is sporadic resistance still taking place within the city. We're told that some remnants of Republican Guard divisions are putting up a fight here and there, but they are, as they say, dismounted. That is, more or less on foot. These are infantry divisions. They were once armored divisions. At the beginning of this conflict, according to the U.S. intelligence estimates, there were about 800 tanks in the Iraqi military. Many of them, if not most of them, certainly the top flight versions in the possession of the Republican Guard. We're told now that they believe that 19 tanks remain in their arsenal. So they're not seeing a lot in the way of organized resistance, a bit of sporadic resistance, some Fedayeen, and sporadic fighting from remaining elements of Republican Guard units in and around the city of Baghdad. Carol?
And Chris, in talking about the show of power from the air, the Iraqis did have warplanes, but we really haven't seen that, have we?
Well, it's true. We haven't seen anything of the Iraqi Air Force since this conflict began. There are reports that they have hidden some away. Some, according to briefers, have actually been buried underground, apparently in the hopes that they'd be able to use them at some future date. But, you know, U.S. air power tends to be so dominant at this stage in history that they haven't put any warplanes up against the U.S., so there has been no involvement of the Iraqi Air Force at all.
Chris Plant, live from the Pentagon. Many thanks. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, Reem Brahimi will join us from Jordan. We'll be right back.
Stay the course. Keep your focus. Reaching any long-term goal requires stamina and commitment. The same holds true for your financial future. Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's gonna use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
This isn't just a winning routine. It's also years of great coaching. No one can reach their full potential alone. To help achieve your goals, talk to your advisor about Oppenheimer Funds. The right way to invest.
CNN Tonight as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad. The latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines. Only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
0% financing for 60 months on all new 2003 Cadillac models. Visit your Cadillac dealer.
The delightful details of spring are in bloom at Belk. So many dresses. Queens of Hearts, each in a work of art. New swimsuits. Jack and Jill went to the beach to catch a lot of waves. Surf's up! Tom always wears Nike and he always wins. Look good while you play. Ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies. See you at the kids' sale. Hope I'm not too busy shopping to say hi.
Yeah, everything we do at Belk is all for you.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Looking at a live picture there of Central Command headquarters down in Qatar, we do anticipate that briefing to begin possibly within the next 2, 3, maybe 5 minutes at the most. They have been rather punctual for the past 3 weeks running. We'll get you down there again as soon as that begins. As we close out this hour, though, I want to check in again with Reem Brahimi, who's standing by in Jordan watching the events from there. Reem was in Baghdad for many, many months going back to the fall of last year. Reem, we know the fighting has been intense again today. And from your perspective right now, what are you watching at this hour?
Absolutely, Bill. Very intensive fighting inside the Iraqi capital, and you can see as the U.S. troops move further into the heart of Baghdad how there are going to be more casualties. Already the Red Cross says that the hospitals are overwhelmed with the streams of casualties coming into the hospitals. One of the main hospitals in Baghdad, a high-tech hospital that has 650 beds, has no water and no electricity at this stage. Now, as you know, earlier on, Bill, a bomb hit the offices of Al Jazeera on the banks of the Tigris River. One journalist, a correspondent, Tariq Ayoub, was killed in that bombing, and another Al Jazeera journalist was injured. Tariq Ayoub was a very good correspondent. He's also worked for CNN at one point in Jordan when Al Jazeera had been banned temporarily from this country, and everybody here has obviously very, very good memories about him. It's a very sad day for us in the journalistic community, as you know, Bill. Tariq Ayoub, a 35-year-old journalist, leaves behind a little baby and a wife. After the Al Jazeera building was hit, apparently the Abu Dhabi TV building that's just next door to the Al Jazeera building was also hit. It got its reporting or its live coverage from the Abu Dhabi house in Baghdad was taken off air for something like 4 hours. You could see from that place the tanks moving in to the Iraqi capital across the Jumhuriya bridge, literally going from the west side of Baghdad, where all the government buildings are, to the east side. On the east side, Bill, is where the Palestine Hotel is, and all the journalists are staying in that hotel. Apparently there was an exchange of fire, and the US tanks hit back, shelling the hotel where all the journalists are staying. Now apparently it hit the 15th floor, which is where Reuters had a makeshift office there. 5 Reuters journalists are injured as a result for the time being. So a very difficult day for everybody right now. Bill?
Reem, thanks. Reem Brahimi watching things in Jordan for us. We'll be in touch again as the day grows older here. Top of the hour now, 7 o'clock a.m. back on the East Coast. Want to check quickly what's happening this hour before CENTCOM continues its briefing there, conducts it anyway on this day. Still no word on whether or not Saddam Hussein and his sons and senior aides are dead or alive. Yesterday afternoon, Baghdad time, U.S. warplanes dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in a residential area of Baghdad where Saddam and his sons were believed to be at the time. Central Baghdad, also Saddam's Ministry of Planning building, caught fire during a battle between U.S. and Iraqi forces. Abu Dubai television reporting Iraqis were trying to defend the building as coalition warplanes circled in the skies overhead. U.S. Central Command says a coalition A-10 Warthog warplane has gone down near the Baghdad International Airport, west side of the city. The pilot ejected safely and was picked up a bit later by coalition ground forces, said to be in good condition at this time. A journalist, as Reem was just saying, for the Arab television station Al Jazeera, killed today when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist had previously worked as a freelance producer for CNN in Jordan. The Pentagon denies any targeting of the Al Jazeera network. U.S. military conducting tests to see if chemical weapons were found at an Iraqi agricultural site. Preliminary testing indicates the presence of nerve and blister agents, but officials are emphasizing and underlying that field tests sometimes can be unreliable. More testing now underway. President Bush and his biggest ally, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, appear strongly united again today on the future of post-war Iraq. They wrapped up a joint news conference in Belfast, Northern Ireland last hour. In fact, about 30 minutes ago, you saw it live here on CNN. The two leaders vowed to hand control of Iraq to the Iraqis once the war is over, and they agreed that the UN will play a vital role in that process. The family of Private First Class Jessica Lynch says she is in high spirits in Germany. They held a news conference outside of her hospital there about 2 hours ago. That too also live here on CNN. Her family says Jessica has not yet spoken about her ordeal and her captivity in Iraq. U.S. forces rescued her just about a week ago, the 1st of April, in that hospital in Nasiriyah. Three o'clock local time in Baghdad. U.S. tanks storm further into the city. The battle continues today, taking up a number of positions, also on a key bridge as well. All this while the fate of Iraq's leader still remains in doubt. And good afternoon from Kuwait City. I'm Bill Hemmer, live again here. Good morning back to you in the U.S. Tuesday, April 8th, day 20 now of the war in Iraq. And with me, Carol Costello at our global headquarters back at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Carol, good to see you again. Good morning there.
Good to see you as well, Bill. Good morning. It's 7 a.m. on the East Coast. These are live pictures from Baghdad. You're going to see in just a second. It's 3 in the afternoon. Actually, the CENTCOM briefing appears to have begun, so let's go there now. Oh, this is not. These are live pictures of them getting ready. General Brooks will be the man at the podium, and when he starts talking, we'll go there live, because we are awaiting that briefing from U.S. Central Command in Qatar. It will happen in about 2 or 3 minutes. While we're waiting for that update from Central Command, we want to take a look at the situation right now in Baghdad. 3 battalions of the U.S. 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry are in the heart of the Iraqi capital. CNN's Walter Rogers reports they have seen mass desertions among Iraqi troops in Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry and the 101st Airborne advanced into Baghdad from the southwest, while U.S. Marines moved in from the southeast. Hear the gunfire. Abu Dhabi television reports that U.S. forces peppered a high-rise building with heavy machine gun fire and tank shells. The building, part of which erupted into flames, is located in a presidential palace compound. Earlier, coalition warplanes crisscrossed the skies over Iraq's capital. The bombs from A-10 Warthog jets were falling at 5 to 8 second intervals. Want to bring in now our Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr for the view from there. Barbara, the big question of the morning has been, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead with this bombing run yesterday? The president said just a short time ago he doesn't know. Is there any way for the United States to find out?
At this time, Carol, officials here are saying they aren't sure. They believe they had good intelligence yesterday, and they called in a B-1 bomber already that was in the skies over Baghdad on patrol. It dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on this neighborhood, this exclusive embassy neighborhood in Baghdad, where they had intelligence. We see it here, the Mansour neighborhood. They had intelligence that Saddam Hussein and his sons might be attending a meeting. Now, apparently there was a great deal of damage through this neighborhood, as you can see from the pictures, but officials say there is just no confirmation yet. All of this likely to be a subject at the briefing, which is about to start. Carol.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 19 days ago, coalition forces entered Iraq with a campaign plan to remove a regime, to liberate the Iraqi people from the grip of the regime, and to begin the process of disarming Iraq. We remain on our plan, and the outcome is not in doubt. We continue to remember the brave young men and women who have lost their lives in this conflict to date, and we also remember their families. I'd like to now update you on some of the things that have occurred over the last 24 hours. First, the coalition continues to exert pressure on the regime and on the forces that remain willing to fight for the regime. I have one weapon system video to show you today. Now, this one is a recent close air support mission inside of Baghdad. And in this particular image, you'll see that the regime has positioned heavy military equipment inside the capital city and also increased the risk to the population. But even in urban areas, the coalition forces make every possible effort to attack targets as precisely as we can. This image is of a tank positioned in trees along a canal. The trees are difficult to see because of the spectrum of light that's being used. And this is a close air support mission, unlike some of the other weapon systems videos that we've shown where there may not have been someone on the ground focusing it. In those other cases, the pilot identified the target. In close air support missions like these and all other air operations now occurring in and around Baghdad, it requires not only the pilot to be able to see the target, but someone on the ground that can see the target and identify it as well before any weapons are released. Our coalition special operations forces continue to make significant contributions to the campaign and are now conducting special operations in the north, the west, the east, the south, and the center of Iraq. In the north, coalition special operations forces, in conjunction with Kurdish forces of northern Iraq, are maintaining pressure on the Iraqi military forces in that area while preventing their movement to Tikrit or Baghdad. In one engagement yesterday near Erbil in the north, our special operations forces, in conjunction with close air support, were able to destroy a force consisting of several armored personnel carriers, tanks, and infantry. In another engagement, a similar engagement near Kirkuk, a special operations element defeated an armored counterattack, destroying several tanks, trucks, and armored personnel carriers. In the west, coalition special operations forces continue to hold the important Haditha Dam. We've talked about that before. There's a smaller body of water just off to the side here that's the result of the dam and the Haditha area nearby, denying freedom of movement to regime forces and also denying use of areas that could be used for ballistic missile launches. Unconventional warfare continues in other parts of Iraq. The coalition's operational maneuver remains deliberate, focused, and successful. The first area to highlight is Basra. Coalition forces under the leadership of the UK and supported by Coalition Special Operations succeeded yesterday in reducing the final remaining concentrations of Ba'ath Party officials and regime forces in Basra. The remaining pocket was in the old part of the city, and it was cleared by forces during the night. And by the time the sun came up this morning, there were reports of jubilation in the streets. Now the hard task of preserving security and getting Iraq's second city moving forward into the future can proceed in earnest. The capture of 2 more Ba'ath Party officials near the town of Az-Zubair on the outskirts of Basra also reflects our ongoing efforts to rid the entire southern region of regime presence and influence. The next area is near As-Samawa. Coalition forces near As-Samawa continue to work in that area and the towns around it, eliminating any regime elements and also transitioning into humanitarian actions. While water resupply networks are still being reestablished, there are military units operating in that area that are providing purified water that they're generating from water purification systems to Samawa and Arutba, located about 25 kilometers to the north. In An-Najaf and Karbala, operations continue, increasing security in those areas and also eliminating any remaining regime elements that are present. There are combat operations ongoing east of Karbala. The main focus of the operation continues to be, for the land component, in and around Baghdad. In the east, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force attacked across the Diyala River into the southeast corner of Baghdad. They encountered forces including T-72 tanks, armored personnel carriers, other armored vehicles, surface-to-air missiles, artillery pieces, and numerous technical vehicles. These forces were encountered and destroyed, and they proceeded on their attack to seize the Rashid Airport, which you see identified by an airplane image in the lower right-hand corner of Baghdad. In the west, 5th Corps remained in the center of Baghdad overnight and also continued attacks this morning from the north and from the south, conducting operations inside of the heart of Baghdad. They also encountered a mixture of forces, including T-72 tanks, armored vehicles, technical vehicles, and artillery pieces. While this is ongoing, our maritime component continues to take steps to maintain the flow of humanitarian assistance supplies into Iraq. And it's currently focused on dredging parts of the Khor Abdullah to make it a deeper draft for larger ships that carry increasing amounts of humanitarian support and assistance into Qasr. Our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people on a variety of levels range from the radio and television broadcasts that we've spoken about before, all the way down to physically handing out leaflets in populated areas. I'd like to show you a short video of UK and American forces handing out leaflets on the streets of Az-Zubair very recently. This was taken by one of our frontline camera systems, a military system, and broadcast from there a few days ago. We see him holding the leaflet there. There's a closer image of the leaflet. This is what was actually produced and distributed by hand. And the message of the leaflet is really a future without the regime, and steps that will be taken leading up to the final comment down at the bottom that the coalition forces will only stay as long as is necessary to accomplish what we need to accomplish, and then we leave Iraq in the hands of the Iraqi people. Daily, our coalition forces take positive steps to ease the plight of the Iraqi people. In this next image, you'll see military civil affairs elements again operating with Free Iraqi forces, delivering medical supplies in this case. And the supplies being delivered are for the people of Al-Nasiriyah. The initial distribution is often done by hand, and it's aimed at alleviating immediate needs of the communities encountered. And it also helps to communicate the coalition's intentions to assist the Iraqi people. In the next images, I'll show you a short video of members from the 82nd Airborne Division distributing humanitarian daily rations. These are the yellow ones. We're still eliminating those from our stocks, but we're delivering them by hand, not doing them by airdrop, as you'll see inside of this image. Each one of these rations contains enough rations for an adult for 1 day in each bag, and they're used to augment the existing supplies. Even as food and other rations are distributed in the field, there's more humanitarian assistance arriving in the ports in bulk. Yesterday, we had the arrival of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship Sir Percival in the port of Qasr, and the following video shows you the offloading of those supplies, the humanitarian supplies intended for the people of Iraq. The gentlemen in the yellow hats and the reflective vests are Iraqi port workers who have returned to work and are working alongside coalition forces on a daily basis. We interact on a number of levels, certainly in the areas where combat has ceased, those areas that we would describe as liberated cities and towns. There still are challenges that are out there. Sometimes it's just working through the language and cultural barriers, and of course security remains a focus for us. This video shows you some interactions along a street near Basra. It shows that the challenges are being overcome on a daily basis, and that coalition forces, in fact, are being well received by many citizens of Iraq. And these positive and cooperative relations are improving with every day. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take your questions. Yes, please.
David Lee Miller, Fox News. General, what can you tell us about this airstrike targeting Iraqi leadership, presumably Saddam? And if you can go into the details, I understand that there is no coalition presence on the ground after this airstrike. What's being done to determine who in fact was hit and how we're going to accomplish that?
As I've mentioned over a number of days throughout this conflict, we focus our actions directly against regime leadership, against regime command and control systems, against the things that protect the regime, whether it's air defense systems or whether it's forces, in an effort to eliminate the influence of the regime and its abilities to continue to conduct command and control. We had credible information that indicated that there was a regime leadership meeting occurring yesterday. While it's not useful to get into any speculation on who might have been present at that meeting, what we will say is that we had an opportunity. As we've said before, we respond to opportunities, but we had an opportunity to attack that particular regime leadership meeting. We believe that the attack was effective in causing destruction of that facility. As to who was inside and what their conditions are, it will take some time before we can make that full determination. But our efforts remain focused on regime leadership whenever we find it, and any remnants of command and control that might be exerted by any remaining portions of the regime, whether it's local tactical or whether it's on a larger scale.
I just want to follow right up.
Please.
It's my understanding that there was not a coalition presence on the ground, so this airstrike may have taken place, but members of the regime may have access to this site. If it were a crime scene, it might be contaminated. How can you preserve it and make the determination later who, if anyone, was hit?
That's a very difficult challenge for us, and it's been a challenge throughout these operations. That's why we can't on a daily basis say exactly who was inside of a building that may have been attacked where we had credible information. What we operate with is the information that leads us to it, And we are able in some cases to gather additional information after the strikes, but time will have to tell exactly how effective that particular strike was and others that we've done as well. Yes, please, Adi.
Adi Raval, ABC News. Sir, could we get an update on the investigation into the second Baghdad market explosion? And the second question is, given the severity of and the intensity of the bombardment in yesterday's building, is it possible that we may never know just who was inside that building in terms of identification? Thank you, sir.
I don't have anything new to report on the Baghdad markets. What we found on these market explosions is there remains evidence that a number of things could have contributed to it. As with so many things, until we are in exactly the location where these incidents occurred, we can't make a full assessment and eliminate all possibilities. As to the results of this particular attack that occurred yesterday, like other places, it is possible that we may never be able to determine exactly who was present without some detailed forensic work. And that's one of the circumstances we have to deal with as we go through this campaign. Yes, sir, please.
Hassan Rashidi from Al Jazeera. Today your plane hit Al Jazeera office in Baghdad. One of our colleagues was killed during the attack. The office of Abu Dhabi TV also hit, as well as the Palestine hotel where most of journalists are staying. Do these attacks mean that you will intensify your military campaign against Baghdad and that you don't need the journalists to cover the bloodshed which will be taken in Baghdad? Thank you.
Well, Hassan, if I may, let me begin by saying first that we regret the loss of life from the correspondents, and we extend our condolences to the family of your journalist and to the families of other journalists who have lost their lives throughout this conflict. It's most unfortunate indeed. We certainly know that we don't target journalists. That's just not something we do. We also know that the locations where the regime does its work, in many cases, will put civilians at risk. We've talked about that day after day. The regime does not seem to want to change its methods of providing a higher degree of protection to journalists that in many cases we don't know where all journalists are on the battlefield. We certainly know where the embedded journalists are at any given time that are operating with our formations. And that was a conscious decision to take in embedded journalists. There were some combat actions that also occurred at the Palestine Hotel. Initial reports indicate that the coalition force operating near the hotel took fire from the lobby of the hotel and returned fire. And any loss of life, civilian loss of life, or unintended consequences, again, we find most unfortunate and also undesirable. This is not something we seek to do. At the same time, we know that we're conducting combat operations inside of an urban area where the regime has chosen to deliberately defend and not stand down. And we can only be reminded that the risk increases for the population as we do these operations, but we have to remain focused on our objective of removing this regime before there's greater loss of life. Please, sir.
Jeff Mead from Sky News. If I can continue on the point you made there, if you're claiming fire was coming from the lobby of the Palestine Hotel, why was this tank round directed at an upper floor? And what does that kind of marksmanship, or lack of it, suggest about the risks to civilians as your forces penetrate further into Baghdad?
The response of fire is something that we always have to get more details as time goes on for specifically where the fire was returned and what was hit, where the fire came from. So I may have misspoken on exactly where the fire came from. What I can tell you as to the marksmanship, there have been plenty of examples of very accurate marksmanship, not only from air but also from our systems on the ground as we've conducted operations over time. We remain very confident in the capability of our crews and our folks that are doing the work on the ground. And we believe that where it is possible to avoid losses of civilian life, every effort will be taken. We've seen examples of trying to protect mosques where fire came, and we did not have to return fire at that point in time to protect ourselves, and therefore we did not. Circumstances change in different places, and the tactical decisions that are made can only be made by people on the ground. So I don't have anything else that I can give you in real detail on that, and I appreciate the question. But we'll remain focused on trying to do the job as well as we can without threatening the civilian population. Yes, please.
John Jarvis from Reuters. Follow up on the Palestine. One comment. First of all, journalists inside the hotel say that there was no firing coming from the hotel. And the second question is, did U.S. forces know that that was a media hotel?
What we know is that there are a number of places in downtown Baghdad where there are civilian populations who are at risk. And we know that there are practices by this regime to increase that risk deliberately, whether it's by positioning or whether it's by taking certain actions. And we know that as we conduct operations inside of Baghdad, we should anticipate attacks from unexpected locations. That some of the military actions might be unconventional in nature, whether it's the use of car bombs or whether it's ambushes, the use of snipers, or certainly the consistent pattern we've seen elsewhere of using civilians as shields. It's too early to be able to say exactly what happened at that site, and so I don't want to get into a who says what happened. We don't know enough to be able to say that definitively, and frankly I don't know that anyone does to have the whole picture. That's why we have to investigate these types of things and find out what the bottom line is. And when we find out, I think there'll be more information for us to pass. Second row, please.
Mark Roberts from the Daily Mirror. On the strike against leadership targets, can you detail what you're doing to try and find out who was in that building? And also say whether you actually have coalition forces on the spot going through the rubble?
We have coalition forces that are operating in a variety of places inside of Baghdad and in a variety of different ways. In places where we can confirm on the ground the results of a strike, as in places where we've passed through and liberated, then there's more fidelity that we can gain on the precision of the strike and the actual results of the strike. Until that can occur in every location, we certainly can't make full determinations of what has happened. At this point in time, I'm not aware of anyone that has, from coalition forces, that have walked the site. When that's possible, we'll have more information about what exactly happened there. Until then, we can only go with the things we can gain information on. And we believe the strike was effective in hitting the target, creating the desired effect, but we don't know all the circumstances of what happened to those who were contained inside. Yes, please.
Thank you, Jonathan Marcus. 2 points. One, we know pretty well who the leading figures are in the Iraqi regime. Who do you think is actually in charge, if anybody, at the moment? And secondly, as you take control of more areas of Baghdad, clearly with the continuing fighting there are going to be civilian casualties, whatever the precision of the weaponry. There are all sorts of reports of hospitals being overloaded and so on. Are you taking any steps to provide large-scale medical facilities to deal with some of the casualties, particularly now that you hold some of the ground in the Iraqi capital?
We have not been certain for a very long time of who's in charge in this regime. What we've seen is that the regime leadership structure has been fragmented. We've seen that the ability for the regime to communicate instructions has been disrupted. We've seen that the application of authority has been interfered with on a number of occasions by coalition action. And we're not certain exactly who's in charge at this point in time. But what we do know is there are still pockets of regime leadership, whether they be local level Ba'ath Party officials or whether they are unit commanders of military formations that still exist, or whether they are the higher level leadership figures that were part of the regime and remain part of the regime. As we identify them, we have opportunities to try to reduce their capability to still command and control, whether that's by a direct attack, by any other sort of action affecting their communications, whatever it might be, to prevent them from maintaining any degree of control. We do know indeed that as we are conducting military operations in an urban area, that the potential for casualties increases. Our approach to that, however, with regard to encountering casualties that occur on the battlefield has not changed. We've established temporary hospitals, field hospitals, or used our own tactical aid stations throughout this combat operation whenever we encounter civilians or wounded Iraqi soldiers, and provide medical treatment to them on the spot, sometimes for a longer-term basis. In some cases, we've had some Iraqi soldiers that have been taken into our custody that ultimately become prisoners of war that may be evacuated to a hospital ship and receive medical care where it is available. So that will continue as we have more forces operating in and around Baghdad. Those forces have a medical capability, and if we encounter civilians that are wounded in our actions, regardless of what caused them, we'll provide as much relief as we can, and that will continue. Please, George.
I'm George Curry, Editor-in-Chief for the National Newspaper Publishers Association News Service, the Black Press of the United States. I want to return to the subject of the attack on the leadership meeting. There are reports today that the CIA passed along this information, and 45 minutes later there was the actual bombing. Was that information phoned through the headquarters here? And can you tell us in general terms the source of that information?
George, I can't help you very much on that at all. We have a number of methods that we use to gain information, a wide array. And it's just not useful to describe what a particular source is. Generally speaking, for anything that we conduct operations against, a single source is never adequate. So there are always multiple sources that tell us we may have something here that is worthy of conducting a military action against. When we're satisfied that that is true, when we believe we can make positive identification of that target area, we make specific decisions. What weapon should be used? How should we deliver it? What is the potential consequence to areas in and around it? Because even while we have what we call a time-sensitive opportunity, where it may be fleeting in time, it has to be addressed, if it's going to be addressed at all, rather quickly, we still take the same deliberate process of deciding what happens to the area around it. How can we mitigate the effects? Should we choose a different weapon? Should we have it detonate a different way? Should we aim at a specific spot? Should we approach the target in a different way with the delivery system? All these types of things are considerations that go into every attack like that. It's done in a way that is, frankly, is unparalleled. There is no one else that does it like this, this degree of precision and deliberateness. So that's how it works. We take whatever information we have, we make sure that it's corroborated, that we're satisfied with the quality of the target, then we make other decisions on how to attack it, and we try to do that in a way that achieves the desired effect. Yes, sir, please.
Well, today is the Journalist Day. 3 attacks against 3 journalist buildings in few hours. Why you don't order your forces to avoid the buildings where there is journalists doing their job?
First, we don't know every place a journalist is operating on the battlefield. We know only those journalists that are operating with us, and we have always said that the area for combat operations is a very dangerous place indeed. And certainly there should be no surprise in anyone's mind that eventually operations were going to close on Baghdad. And that's ongoing as we speak. We always regret the loss of any civilian lives. The journalists, non-combatants, people who are used as shields. And we do everything we can to avoid that when we have knowledge of it. There is intermingling that happens, though, on the battlefield. And I don't have enough information to say exactly how the dynamics of the battlefield came together today. What we can be certain of, though, is this coalition does not target journalists. And so anything that has happened as a result of our fire or other fires would always be considered as an accident. And we will look into the circumstances that contributed to it. Where we have responsibility, we'll accept that responsibility. Yes, sir, please.
General Brooks, in London. At the weekend, forces broke slightly with the policy of not giving figures for casualties, and indeed I think first Colonel Perkins said there had been 1,000 casualties in the incursion on Saturday, and then that figure was revised upwards to between 2,000 and 3,000. Can you tell us how many casualties you estimate there have been since then? How many of those were Iraqi forces and how many were civilians? And just for the record, my colleague from Reuters, I think, asked you whether you knew that the Palestine hotel was a center for journalists. Could you just confirm that you did?
First, the number of casualties is a figure that can never be completely well determined. And so, as I have stated on previous days, I'm not going to speculate on exactly how many have been killed on either side. And I'm not going to try to characterize the full dimension of that. We know that there have been losses of life. We know that many families have been affected by this on both sides. We know that we've seen people forced into situations by the regime that caused a loss of life, civilian non-combatants in some cases. We know that many have been wounded as a result of combat action, intended or unintended, and certainly from the regime's perspective, we can't guess whether it was intended or unintended. From the coalition's perspective, we always know that it is unintended. We had some awareness of how the Palestine Hotel might be used, and that there are a variety of activities that occur there. There are many places throughout Baghdad, and all who are not part of the regime should be aware that the regime uses places like the Palestine Hotel for other regime purposes. And in doing so, they try to achieve a degree of protection from the other activities that are ongoing there. So we're certainly aware of those types of places, and we've tried to mitigate the risk wherever we can. In some cases, the risk cannot be driven to zero. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thanks, General Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. There are reports that some American troops are recommending that journalists or civilians in places like the Palestine Hotel hang white sheets. Given the fact that you believe the regime uses that hotel, would you concur with that recommendation? And secondly, can you tell us more about the Rashid Airport, the circumstances, its operational value, things like that?
First, on the images of surrender and protection. Unfortunately, we've found ourselves in a situation where, as those appear on the battlefield, often they are used by regime death squads, Ba'ath Party members, or other regime-related forces to masquerade combat activity. Anything that would help to highlight, I think, would be useful, but we'd still have to take it with a degree of caution and skepticism, given the fact that we're now operating in the heart of the regime, and the regime practices to protect itself in its last days. We expect to be more extreme than ever. And so while that might be useful and helpful, I can't say that it would completely solve the problem at this point in time in terms of who's at risk. Frankly, the best method is to identify themselves and move out of harm's way. And that's a very difficult circumstance now that the battle has been joined inside of Baghdad. As to the Rashid Airport, that's an area also that provides some military advantage and also deprives the regime from being able to use it to depart. It's on the southeast side of the city, between the Diyala River and the Tigris River. That corner is militarily significant, and that is just one of the many operating areas that we will conduct our tactical operations through. Since operations are continuing, I don't want to characterize much more than that, but the forces did enter the airport location this morning and are still doing work to increase the degree of security and control over top of that facility. There was resistance mostly leading to it, and there's also resistance beyond it. Since reports are still coming in from ongoing action, we don't have the full scope of it. But the force I described, excuse me, the force I described earlier of T-72 tanks, some artillery systems, some armored personnel carriers, were associated with preventing a crossing of the river. That was defeated. Our 1st Marine Expeditionary Force succeeded in crossing the Diyala River and proceeded on its attack from there. Yes, please, Jeff.
General Paul Adams, BBC. Let me be the one with the responsibility for asking the daily question about weapons of mass destruction. Reports again this morning suggesting that the suspicious site near Karbala has now been discounted. Is that true, and have any other sites yielded anything of interest so far in that regard? And just going back to the question of the Palestine Hotel, Pentagon officials warned news agencies weeks before this conflict began that they shouldn't be there. Are we now seeing your forces, if you like, compelled to open fire on buildings that they know are occupied by journalists? And unlike the mosques, the sacred sites in other cities, does the presence of a large number of Western journalists not represent something that would cause your commanders to pause?
Well, first on the, and forgive me, I called your name wrong, Paul. So first on the weapons of mass destruction sites, the one particular one that you're referring to was found east of Karbala. It did have some preliminary testing done that indicated potentially the presence of some agents. We have a number of mechanisms that we use to try to be certain before we say, yes, we found some weapons of mass destruction. The initial indications were it could potentially be. And these were done by things like I described yesterday, the Fox chemical reconnaissance system that has some onboard capability to do testing and analysis. More detailed testing and analysis